She doesn't have a PowerPoint. Oh, we're about to start. Thank you. I'm here. Don't mind me. Yeah, hold on after I load up the agenda.
This time I'll call to order the October 3, 2024 meeting of the City of Clearwater Pension Trustees. This time we'll move to item 2.1 on the agenda, approve the minutes of the August 12, 2024 Pension Trustees meeting as submitted in written summation by the city clerk. This time, is there a motion?
Make a motion to approve item 2.1.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. This time we'll move to item 3 on the agenda, citizens to be heard regarding items not on the agenda. Are there any citizens to be heard?
I'm Mr. Haluva. There is an actuarial component to administrating a pension plan. Proper oversight requires measurement and management of risk and uncertainty. Now, some people wonder if these trustees possess the experience and education to properly oversee the pension plan. I don't believe that many of you do, especially you, Ms. Teixeira. I don't see anything in your background that makes you up to date on any of this. Because there are mortality assumptions that have to be made. There are assumptions of terminations. Allowing Slaughter and Gandy to claim and receive retirement benefits while continuing to work for the city is not only unethical, but it screws up the pension plan. These two clowns have mismanaged Clearwater Police through incompetence and complacency for years. Both of them, and I might as well include Wallach and Ms. Poirier, all of them should be terminated for mismanagement. Now, many citizens believe the leaders of Clearwater Police knew full well that members of the department were aiding and abetting drug dealers. But how could it get much worse? I don't know. I guess we'll wait and see what the next footfall is. But there is very little confidence citywide in Clearwater Police for very good reason. For instance, I've complained about Byron Lou Hatcher for years, many times right here in front of the city council. I held up his file from Gainesville. It was 5 pages long, had 8 complaints on each page. Slaughter, Gandy, nobody looked at it. They went, well, he's a certified police officer, so we hired him. I'm so happy to learn that Byron Lou Hatcher was finally terminated after he sexually harassed another member of the police department. That action was long overdue and, may even benefit the pension plan. Let's save taxpayers a lot of money, shore up the pension plan at the same time, terminate Slaughter, Gandy, Wallach, and especially Ms. Poirier. A whole house cleaning is necessary.
This time, are there any other citizens to be heard on items not on the agenda? Seeing none, we'll move to item 4.1.
Approve the new hires for acceptance into the pension plan as listed.
Good evening, Tiffany Macros, Human Resources Director. I'm available for any questions.
Any discussion on item 4.1? Okay, anyone here from the public desire to speak to agenda item 4.1? Hearing, seeing none, is there a motion?
Motion to approve agenda item 4.1.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Item 4.2.
Approve the following requests of employees: Willie Hill, Solid Waste and Recycling Department; Charles H. Lane Jr., Economic Development and Housing Department; and Robert Skinner, Public Works Department, to vest their pension as provided by Section 2.419 of the Employees' Pension Plan.
Does anyone here from the public desire to speak to agenda item 4.2? Hearing, seeing none, is there any council discussion? If there's none, trustees discussion. If there's none, is there a motion?
Motion to approve agenda item 4.2.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Agenda item 4.3.
Approve the following request of Traba Alston, Police Department; John Dorsey, Solid Waste and Recycling; Joshua Jewett, Police Department; Chad Reed, Police Department; and Mario Sakadia, Planning and Development Department, to a regular pension as provided by Section 2.416 and 2.424 of the Employees' Pension Plan.
Anything to add?
No, sir.
Anyone here desire to speak, from the public desire to speak to agenda item 4.3? Hearing, seeing none, is there any trustees discussion? If there's none, is there a motion?
Move to approve agenda item 4.3.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Agenda item 4.4.
Approve pension plan administrative expenditures for fiscal year 2025 totaling not to exceed $369,900.
Good evening, trustees. Jay Ravens, Finance Director. This request is for approval of various administrative expenditures for the pension plan for fiscal year 2025 in the total not to exceed amount of $369,900, which is a $10,500 or 2.9% increase from the fiscal 2024 year total. This includes all administrative expenditures in support of the pension plan, other than certain professional services contracts that have been brought to the trustees separately, such as the actuary contract and money manager agreements. Happy to answer any questions.
Does anyone here from the public desire to speak to agenda item 4.4? Hearing, seeing none, is there any trustees discussion? If there's none, is there a motion?
Make a motion to approve item 4.4.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Is there any business to come before the trustees? If there's none, then I will adjourn the October 3, 2024 meeting.
so upset on these little things. They passed it. It'll be a little bit of time.
This time I'll call to order the October 3, 2024 meeting of the Clearwater City Council. If you wish to address the council tonight, please complete a comment card. Comment cards are located by the clerk seated to the right of the dais. When called to speak, please hand your card to the clerk. This time we'll move to item 2 on the agenda. I'll ask everyone to stand for the invocation to be given tonight by Reverend Dr. Paul Means from Northwood Presbyterian Church, and then remain standing afterwards for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Gracious and almighty God, we gather here this evening in the aftermath of Hurricane Helene. In a world where there is both joy and sorrow, hope and despair, prosperity and devastation, we turn to you trusting in your unfailing love in the good times and the hard times. As we come together this evening, may the conversations expressed and the items of business addressed be carried out with mutual respect and a desire to treat others in the same way we ourselves would like to be treated. Dear Lord, we thank you for those who serve on the City Council. In the Council's discussions and deliberations, guide them with wisdom and grace. May decisions made and actions taken serve the common good and promote the human flourishing of all people. Dear Lord, as people face overwhelming loss and hardship from the storm and can only whisper no words to try and express what they are feeling, in your mercy, give comfort and courage to those who are anxious and scared. Give strength and skill to those who are working to prepare and protect, to build and rebuild. Give us your peace that passes all understanding in anticipation of times of shock and sorrow, and open our eyes, hearts, and hands to the movements of your love, that we might be comforted and to share your love and comfort with others. All this we ask in Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you, Reverend Means. This time, please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
This time, I'll introduce our dais for this evening's meeting. To my far left is our city clerk, Rosemarie Call.
Good evening.
To her right is our city attorney, David Margolis.
Good evening.
To his right is Councilmember Mike Menino.
Good evening.
To my immediate left is Councilmember and Vice Mayor David Albritton.
Good evening.
To my right is Councilmember Lena Teixeira.
Good evening.
To her right is Councilmember Ryan Cotton.
Good evening.
To his right is our city manager, Jennifer Poirier.
Good evening.
And to her right is our assistant city manager, Dan Slaughter. With that, we'll move to item 4.2 on the agenda. There are no service awards tonight, so we'll, at this time, call forward, is someone here from Hope Villages of America? Not sure if they are or not, but I know Senator DeSegley was impacted personally with the hurricane, and I'm not sure, and they obviously are a community service organization, so they may be out serving tonight our community. So with that, I just want to go ahead and read the proclamation that we are doing for them and for Domestic Violence Awareness Month. Whereas every October we come together as a community to observe Domestic Violence Awareness Month, recognizing the profound impact domestic violence has on individuals, families, and society. And whereas domestic violence is a pattern of abuse behavior in any relationship that is used by one partner to gain or maintain power and control over their intimate partner, and whereas domestic violence is a pervasive issue that affects millions regardless of age, gender, race, or socioeconomic status, and it requires our collective commitment to raise awareness, provide support, and seek justice for victims. And whereas Hope Villages of America stands as a beacon of hope in their work against domestic violence, offering critical services, resources, and safe shelter to those in need, and working to educate and empower our community through prevention programs and outreach initiatives. I therefore, Bruce Rector, Mayor of the City of Clearwater, Florida, on behalf of the Clearwater City Council, do hereby proclaim October 2024 to be Domestic Violence Awareness Month in Clearwater, and I urge residents to actively participate in the activities and programs sponsored by Hope Villages to work toward the elimination of violence. They have a luncheon every year in recognition of domestic violence that's coming up here soon, so I will deliver this proclamation to them at their luncheon. With that, we'll move to item 4.3, 2024 Fire Prevention Week proclamation. And this time, I'd like to call forward Chief Ellers. Whereas the 2024 Fire Prevention Week theme, Smoke Alarms Make Them Work for You, effectively serves to remind us that we need working smoke alarms to give us the time to get out safely. And whereas, according to the National Fire Prevention Association, cooking is the primary cause of home fires and home fire injuries, while smoking was the leading cause of home fire deaths. And whereas most home fires and fire casualties result from 5 causes: cooking, heating, electrical distribution and lighting equipment, intentional fire setting, and smoking materials. And whereas having working smoking alarms in homes is a critical element of home fire safety. And whereas City of Clearwater residents should install a minimum of smoke alarms in every sleeping room, outside each sleeping area, on every level of the home, and incorporate additional smoke alarms in larger homes. And whereas all smoke alarms should be tested semi-annually to ensure that they are functioning properly to ensure your safety. Now, therefore, I, Bruce Rector, Mayor of the City of Clearwater, Florida, on behalf of the Clearwater City Council, do hereby proclaim October 6th through the 12th, 2024, as Fire Prevention Week in Clearwater. And I urge all residents of the City of Clearwater to protect their homes and families by heeding the important safety messages of Fire Prevention Week 2024, and to support the many public safety activities and efforts held by the Clearwater Fire and Rescue Department. Thank you for being here and this important message tonight, proclamation, Chief Ellers. I thanked you in the hallway, and we have other comments, I'm sure, from the council tonight. All of our city workers, and we're going to show a video here in a moment showing what many of them did, but thank you to you and your department. There's video we all saw on the internet of literally your firefighters saving lives that historic and terrible night. And we appreciate all you and your team are doing for the city to keep it safe. And with that, if you'd like some comments.
Sure, Mayor, thank you. On that, I am very proud of the men and women of Clearwater Fire Rescue. They did. They really stepped up to the plate, but all the firefighters along the beach area and the areas that are affected throughout the nation, they answer the calling for when a person's in trouble. And a lot of them struggle with the ones we couldn't make it to. So we always want them in our thoughts and prayers as well. But in regards to the National Fire Prevention Week, first I'd like to introduce you to our new Fire Marshal, Terry Barber. He comes from St. Petersburg, wealth of knowledge, and has just done a tremendous job in a lot of the stuff that we've been doing. But in regards to the smoke detectors, we have a program, I'd like to remind the public every year that we have smoke detectors. If they do not have a smoke detector in the house, please call us. We'll get some smoke detectors out to where they need them and install them, as well as the batteries. The latest stuff from the NFPA is that almost 99% of all the houses in the nation have smoke detectors, at least one smoke detector, which is great. That it is that one thing that we've been pushing for a long, long time. And that's an increase from the 88%, which was back in 1994. But disturbing, is that, about 20% of them, they're not working. So that doesn't help. They need to be tested at least twice a year. We push for the time that when you change your clock, and that's coming up as well, test the batteries of your smoke detectors and make sure that they're working. If you have an issue with them, replace it out. So again, 20% of that 99% are that, yes, it's there, but they're not working. So we would like to make sure that they get working. And the last number that's pretty predominant is that you have a 60% better chance survival rate if you have a working smoke detector within your house in the event of a fire. So I hope that gets out to our public. And like I said, if there's anything we can help out with, we would love to help out with. So thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Chief.
It's time we move to item 4.4 on the agenda, Climate Week proclamation. I'd like to call forward Melody Yin, Sustainability Coordinator. Whereas the City of Clearwater is committed to fostering a vibrant, resilient, and sustainable community through proactive environmental stewardship, economic innovation, and public health and social initiatives, and whereas the City of Clearwater has taken steps to address these challenges, with environmental stewardship as one of the city's 5 strategic plan categories and adopting the Green Print 2.0 Sustainability Action Plan, and whereas understanding climate change and implementing resiliency initiatives are important for both local government and citizens, and whereas sustainability and resiliency efforts foster a stronger, more connected community by celebrating our shared appreciation for our environment and natural resources, and enhancing the overall quality of life for all residents, particularly vulnerable populations. And whereas sustainable practices improve public health by reducing air pollution, promoting active transportation, and increasing access to green spaces, thereby contributing to the overall well-being and quality of life for Clearwater residents. Now therefore, I, Bruce Rector, Mayor of the City of Clearwater, Florida, on behalf of the Clearwater City Council, do hereby proclaim October 6th through the 13th, 2024 to be Climate Week in Clearwater, and encourage all residents and businesses and community organizations to engage in activities that support a sustainable, resilient, and environmentally friendly future. We've saw the incredible power of nature this week, and so it's appropriate that we're recognizing our taking care of our natural beauty and environment, and also building resiliency. So, Melody, thank you for being here tonight to accept this proclamation, and would you like to say a word?
Yeah, really appreciate it, Mayor. Thank you, and thank you, Council, as well. We have a World Sustainability Expo Day coming up at the end of October, Saturday, October 26th. People can take a tour at our wastewater treatment plant, as well as learn a few tips on how individuals can help the environment through various activities at home, at work, and at play. So we'll post more information when the time is right.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations.
With that, we move to item 4.5, Public Natural Gas Week Proclamation. At this time, I'd like to call forward the Executive Director of the Clearwater Gas System. Thank you for being here, Brian. Whereas there are approximately 1,000 publicly owned natural gas systems in the United States, serving more than 6 million customers, and whereas the City of Clearwater has owned and operated Clearwater gas system since 1924 and celebrates 100 years of serving the community, and whereas Clearwater gas system provides safe, economical, and reliable natural gas that is domestically produced, and whereas Clearwater gas system provides vehicle fuel through city-owned compressed natural gas fueling station, and whereas natural gas is a preferred energy source by many homeowners and businesses and stimulates economic growth for the local community. Now therefore, I, Bruce Rector, Mayor of the City of Clearwater, Florida, on behalf of the Clearwater City Council, do hereby proclaim October 6th through the 12th, 2024, to be Public Natural Gas Week in Clearwater. Brian, would you like to say a few words?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Brian Langfield, Executive Director of Clearwater Gas System. Proud to be here this evening to celebrate Public Natural Gas Week, and also that celebrate our employees and all of our customers, our 32,000 customers that we have within Pinellas and Pasco County. I also would like to say a few words about the aftermath of Hurricane Helene. Our crews are out there on the beach communities and all the other areas that we serve as well, all the way down to Reddington Beach and up into Pasco County, assessing the situation, making sure that all of our equipment in those flood-prone areas are operating properly, and I'm happy to say that we're, everything is pretty much operating as it should, even though we had a lot of flooding in those areas. So I just want to congratulate them on their hard work and dedication in getting that done. And, we didn't lose any customers in our non-flood areas, so that's a great benefit of natural gas as well. So people can use their generators and all their other gas equipment, before, during, and after the storm. So with that, thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, this time I'd like to move to item 4.6. I'd like to call forth Beth Rollins for a presentation on the 2024 Pinellas County School referendum.
Hi. So what I'm going to talk to you tonight about is important to the long-term health of our community. But before I do that, I want to acknowledge all of the efforts of everybody in this room, including the people behind me, that are working so hard at helping the prosperity of our short-term community. So with that, I'll get into the presentation. In 2004, the voters were presented with a choice as to whether to enter into a local option property tax to benefit the operating budget of our school system. The voters agreed to that, and the Pinellas County School referendum was born. The money is used to recruit and retain teachers, to strengthen reading programs, to enhance our art and music programs, and also to ensure that we have up-to-date classroom technology. One of the important features of the referendum is that there is a Citizens Oversight Committee. This is an independent committee made up of representatives of the organizations that you see there on the screen. They meet quarterly. They go over every dime. They report back to the school board, and they post those reports on the school district's website. So this oversight committee, this independent Citizens Oversight Committee, is instrumental in creating both accountability and transparency for referendum dollars. This slide shows you the level of community support that the referendum has enjoyed over its 20 years. And as you can see, it renews every 4 years. And I would like to take just a moment here to acknowledge that this presentation has been viewed by several Clearwater entities as well. We're proud to have earned the support of the Clearwater Arts Alliance, Amplify Clearwater, and ClearPath. This is the last report that the actual audit has been done for. So this is for the 2022-23 school year. And as we go through this, you're going to see a little bit of discrepancy in a couple of numbers. That's because we're talking about different years. So referendum monies created $44.4 million for teacher salaries, $11.1 million for art, reading, and technology in our classrooms, and $4.6 million for charter schools. In 2020, the legislature passed a law that said that this money was to be shared with charter schools on a per pupil allocation. So these are the highlights. At the time that we passed this, which is still true today, Pinellas County is a donor district. We send more money to the state educational system than we get back. One of the important features of the referendum is that these are local dollars that are under local control. We keep every dime here in Pinellas County. I've talked about the accountability and transparency through the Independent Citizens Oversight Committee. Interestingly enough, in Pinellas County, we do not have any religious or for-profit charter schools. That is not true of other districts in the state, but in Pinellas County, our charter schools are all chartered through the district, and they are all not-for-profits. So everything that I've talked about so far has been looking backwards. This is looking forward. When we look at renewal of the referendum, which again has to go before the voters every 4 years, we looked around at what has changed. And there is a change in this year's proposal. We are asking the voters if they will go from half mil to a mil. And this slide demonstrates the reason for that. As you'll see in the very last column, these are the surrounding school districts. The surrounding school districts all have impact fees that go to their local school budgets. Pinellas does not. The surrounding districts all have sales taxes that support their school systems. Pinellas does not. And the surrounding districts, with the exception of Hillsborough County, which will be on the ballot in November, all have a full mill supporting their school districts. And we have, of course, right now a half mill. At the time that we put this into place, Pinellas was only the second district in the state to have a local option tax supporting our school system. And it gave us a serious competitive advantage in hiring and retaining the very best teachers to be in our classrooms. So in looking around, this is the proposal for this year. We're asking for one full mill. We are going to continue the teacher supplement. We will continue the funding for art, music, reading, and technology. We will also continue the citizens' oversight. What we would like to add are support staff supplements. So this is everyone who is not a classroom teacher and everyone who is not on the administrative pay scale. So you need to think about classroom aides, bus drivers, cafeteria workers, nurses, counselors, school security officers, all of the people who make things run but are not a classroom teacher or an administrator. I don't believe in reading PowerPoint slides to people, so this is the ballot language. Based on the 2023-24 tax roll, if the voters agree in November, our teacher salary supplement will go from $6,300 a teacher to a little over $11,000 a teacher. The funding for programs will increase by about 50%, from $12.5 million to $18.7 million. That, again, art, music, reading, and technology. And the new support staff salary stipend will go to $2,900. So that means each of our support staff personnel will get an extra salary supplement of $2,900. And of course, the funding for charters will increase as well. So the question is, what is this going to cost? Based on 2024 property values, the average single-family home in Pinellas County with a homestead exemption has a school taxable value of $223,000. That means that this will be $223 a year for that average single-family homeowner, a little under $20 a month. What it is, however, important to remember is that same single-family homeowner is already paying about $111, so we're asking for an increase of about $10 a month. This is the part that I need to kind of drive home and make sure that people understand. The option of keeping the status quo is not an option. If the referendum passes in November and the mill is passed, everything that I just talked about will come to be. The teachers will receive an $11,000 salary supplement. The support personnel will get almost $3,000, and the art and music programs, textbook reading and technology will also increase. If, however, the referendum does not pass, these funds are authorized in 4-year increments. All funding will cease to be collected beginning June 30th, 2025. This is the primary source of funding for our art and music programs. There are some other funding sources for reading and technology, but this goes a long way to supplement them. And that $6,300 that our teachers are currently getting as a supplement, this is the only funding source for that as well. So I want everyone to understand that this is kind of an all or nothing proposition. And last but not least, I would be remiss, and the school district would not be happy with me if I didn't congratulate them on earning an A rating from the state, which is something new. So we're very proud of that. And to me personally, the thing that I'm most proud of is that in Pinellas County, we do not have a single D or F school, not one. So that's it. That's the proposal. Thank you for the opportunity to offer some education. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay, before we go to item 5 on the agenda, ask our team to show a video that's on the internet, and afterwards, rather than tell you what you're going to see on the video and not do it justice, you really have to see the amazing work that our team's done here in Clearwater this past week. The video is just amazing at what it shows, and so if you go ahead and roll that now.
Crews have been working tirelessly in the aftermath of Hurricane Helene. From the morning after the storm, crews began putting our city back together. We have removed millions of pounds of sand and debris throughout our beautiful city. Our employees and management are dedicated to the mission. This mission will not be short. Most people refer to this as a marathon, not a race, but it is one that we will be victorious in. Every day, as you look around, our city gets that much closer to the way it was before Helene. We are not only utilizing our employees, we are also utilizing contractors and any other means necessary to get the job done. This city will return to the bright and beautiful place that we love.
Well, first,
Crews have been working
I want to thank our communications department first for putting that together and putting so much together for the media to do two things. One, to describe to not just Clearwater citizens, but Tampa Bay. I was I happened to be one that had the opportunity to get up at 2 o'clock in the morning and do CNN International. So people around the world saw what we were going through that day. And much of that, the media interest, the information provided to the media over our experience with Hurricane Helene was coordinated by our communications department, including that video. The number of kind things they did to show the city, show the state, show the world the amazing work that our team did. I had the opportunity to go out with Chief Gandy and City Manager Poirier the morning after I had passed, just hours afterwards, and then City Manager Poirier and I went in a helicopter afterwards to see the incredible devastation of Clearwater Beach, Island Estates, of our island communities. When you see this video here, right afterwards, Assistant City Manager Slaughter was out there too. You have to understand, not one street, not one road out there was passable. Not one. Not one, including the Memorial Causeway, was covered with debris, side to side, unpassable. Our team got out there and cleared that. First, just a lane to get, emergency crews in and out. There were jet skis in the middle of the causeway. There were jet skis in the roundabout. There were watercraft everywhere. There were pipes strewn all over Island Estates, Island Way from construction. To go from there to where I saw it in 2 days, and when you saw this video, it's mind-boggling how our team did that. Absolutely incredible. They were so prepared to go in there and do that work, primarily so we could get in and our team, you heard Chief Ellers, rescue people the day afterwards. Just when we were driving out there that morning, 2 or 3 families came up to us while Chief Gandy was driving up, looking for a way to get off the island. They had survived somehow the night. Obviously, they were weary, they were scared, And so to get out there that quickly and make a way, and then the continued work that's going on, I told the city manager this morning, and you can see there, I took a picture last night of the Pier 60 parking lot. It is mountains of sand. There's nowhere else to put sand at this point. We have so much debris out there that will need to be collected, and over time we'll do that. But I just wanted to take a moment here at the beginning. This is not something I wanted to wait till the end of the meeting for the mayor's comments. This is important. This is a historic storm, and I will tell you, this is a historic effort by a city team to recover immediately from it. We don't get too competitive with our other surrounding communities, and I can tell you the work we've done here in Clearwater to get our city back in shape enough to reopen the beach. We are way ahead of many other communities in our state and region after this storm. And it's because of the incredible work, hard work by all of our employees. Employees that care about Clearwater, care about their jobs, and they went all above and beyond. Every department. Obviously, police and fire are out there too, but our Parks and Recreation Department, our Public Works, everybody. I am just amazed at the work that was done, and I did not want to wait till the end of the agenda to recognize all of you for all you've done. You do it every day, but certainly when the moment arises, the strong leadership steps up, and from department heads all around to new employees, everyone stepped up and did a fantastic job. So with that, I'd just like to open it up to the other council members, anybody here else in the dais that you want to share your own personal experience. And the other thing I want to say before I pass it on to Councilmember Cotton, I don't know how many citizens have reached out to me and talked about what an amazing job our team has done. They recognize it. They've told me, certain departments, I thank them, boy, they did this, that, or the other. The personal touch and care that each one of our employees gave to people, I don't know how many people have asked me to thank you for the work that you've done. It's very important, and our citizens appreciate it. So with that, Councilmember Cotton.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I will share the exact same sentiment. I have a unique situation being my department's emergency management coordinator, so going 107 hours straight, going to see exactly what our people did, I empathize with them. I saw in real time the things that were happening from our EOC here in the city versus the entire county. Lived those calls and the things that you hear going out, and the issues that not were just happening here in the city but just everywhere. And I'm very thankful to our people here because, just as the mayor alluded to, stepping up in the time of need, all of our people did. You guys did an incredible job, from our command staff and all those operations that were having to be done. It was very much applaudable. And saving lives, getting out there, making sure that things and utilities were appropriate for the public to get back on, and the efficiency and effectiveness that all of our departments put forward was definitely commendable. And I'm proud to be a part of this team and to live in the city because you guys are 100% grade A. So thank you from the bottom of my heart. And I know that every citizen shares my same sentiment, and probably the sentiment that you'll continue to hear. So thank you all very much for the hard work you're doing and continue to do, because we know that we still have a few weeks ahead of us to get this back to normal, and we'll get to normal. That's coming, and I know that we're going to get there quick. So thank you all.
Yes, I appreciate this opportunity to just speak about some of the things I witnessed over the last week. Like any other, catastrophe, or we see a lot of things, and among that devastation and sadness that I felt, there was also a mixture of pride and happiness, because I witnessed things that really speaks to the human spirit, the spirit of resiliency. And there was a lot of stories. I mean, we rode around together as well. And, there was a gentleman on the beach whose house was burned down to the ground, and his faith was so strong that it was inspiring. And so I saw wonderful things, neighbors helping neighbors, families helping their own, and friends banding together to support each other. So among all that damage and all that sadness and destruction, the human spirit shined. And that brings me to the staff. To say that they did a great job or went above and beyond, I just feel it's such weak words, because what I saw was the actions of people with a calling, with this intense pride for the city, because all the progress I saw from day to day, like Mayor Rector said, it was astounding to me. And I was in awe of the amount of commitment from all the staff, from the crew, from the first responders who were working under such harsh conditions. And let's not forget the city leadership. It was a calling for you guys. I saw it. You did not direct from an ivory tower. You were in the trenches, and I saw in your faces, they had 2 hours of sleep. So your leadership was valuable, and this was an opportunity to show us your character, and I am forever grateful, and I believe the city is too, for your leadership and the hard work that you guys have done.
Vice Mayor?
Yeah, I was born and raised here in Clearwater. I've never seen anything like this in my life. Clearwater Beach looks like a war zone out there, and total devastation. I don't think in my parents' lifetime this has ever happened. The last big event that happened like this on Clearwater Beach, nobody lived on Clearwater Beach. It was just an out island, and so not a lot of people got affected. A lot of people got affected on this, and what I see is, number one, how many straight hours that our staff worked and did a great job, coordinated. Now I'm talking about all the departments coordinated as one department. I've seen this before in my tenure up here as a councilman, where all our city departments seem to work together when they really need to. There's no one-upmanship on these different departments. Everybody goes together as one working team, because we couldn't have got everything done that we got done if they didn't do that. And as the mayor said, I've had so many people come up to me and compliment me on our staff and our city employees and what a great job they did. And the biggest thing I took away, I said this morning at an event, is that how everybody has come together as a community. The beaches, everybody is together like one big family out there helping each other. And that makes me feel so happy that, it doesn't seem like it too much anymore with the climate, the political climate that we have. But man, when we have a disaster like this, people just hunker down and really help each other out. And I'm just so happy to see that. So we'll get through this. It's a mess right now, but everybody wants to make this back #1 beach in America, and it'll happen. We just got to do it in little steps, and everybody, helps out on it. We're going to get it done.
Councilmember Menino?
I guess the joys of going last is the beauty of redundancy. So I thank you all for the beautiful words and for stealing everything that I had written down and thought of. So, but very well said. I echo the same feelings. Our team is truly amazing, and thank you. I guess to add on to what's already been said, and I know this council and leadership team feels the same, to all of our staff, 1,800 of you, all of our citizens out there that lost something this past week, whether it be lives, whether it be homes, cars, stuff. Our hearts break for you. We pray for your healing. We pray for your comfort and for moving forward. To the first responders that answered the calls and the calls that they couldn't answer, and including yourself, Mr. Cotton, and your bravery. My prayers as well to move forward in healing, peace and comfort, in knowing that you did all you could and all you can do save those lives that you had the opportunity to, and to healing and comfort moving forward for those that you couldn't. But so proud of our city, so proud of our council, our leadership team, and especially our staff for coming together and continuing to fight for our city. We are bright and beautiful. We will continue to be bright and beautiful. And I think after this, we will only be brighter and more beautiful. So thank you all.
So just to wrap it up, thank you, city manager. Thank you, assistant city manager. These two led incredibly. And thank you once again to all of you out here. And all of your teams and employees who aren't here tonight, please thank them on behalf of us. We're going to do something at some point to thank everybody. We've got to get through the toughest days, and we've got mountains of debris. We've got to figure out how not only to get off the beach, but find a place to take it off the beach, which we're running out of. But we'll get there. But please, all your departments, let them know this. It's the same thing I've been telling. All five of us have been out in neighborhoods, and we've all walked through homes. And Vice Mayor Albritton was personally affected by it. His home was significantly damaged in a couple of his properties. And Councilmember Teixeira and I walked through a couple of homes. I even went into a couple of homes with folks as they had not been in them yet themselves, invited me to go in with them. I did that twice, and I said, no, I'm not doing that again. I'll come back to you after you've had a chance to look at it yourself, because it was heartbreaking. It's heartbreaking to walk in with them and see what they've lost. But all five of us, every time we've been to a home that's been damaged, they have thanked us for coming there and be with them. And I have told people repeatedly exactly what the Vice Mayor said. We're going to build this back better than ever. Many of the people most damaged have told me that. That's been their attitude. But we were there with you when you suffered the loss, and we're going to stay out there with you as you improve your lives and recover your lives and get it going. We're going to be out there, and the entire community. So many people from the community want to help, and we're going to find a way for them to get involved and help those who have been affected by this storm, because there's been so much interest in doing that. And there'll be an appropriate time for the community to get in there and really help these folks. But Clearwater, we're all together in this, and we're going to work together to overcome this. So apologize for deviating from the agenda, but I just felt like this needed to be at the front of the agenda. Definitely thanking our team, and thank you again for doing that. With that, we'll move. Okay. With that, we have an item that the city attorney would like to address before we go into item 5.
Thank you, Mayor. I certainly agree with all the previous comments. Will not repeat them, but share for sure. Prior to item 5, just as a reminder, the Monday work session was canceled for obvious reasons. Because our council rules ordinarily contemplate a work session prior to a council meeting, it will require a motion to temporarily suspend one of our council rules if you'd like to vote on anything this evening. And so specifically, a motion will need to be made to suspend that portion of Rule 7, which states that any council item must be agended for discussion at a work session prior to the item being on a council agenda. So if a motion could be made to that effect, because it is a temporary suspension of a rule, it will require a supermajority to pass. If it does not, then this is going to be a very quick evening, because there will be no way to vote on anything tonight.
So correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm going to make a motion to suspend a portion of Rule 7 going forward that has been designated by the city attorney.
That's fine. Is that okay? Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Okay. We'll move to item 5.1 on the agenda. Approve the minutes of the September 17, 2024 City Council meeting as submitted in written summation by the city clerk.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. This time we'll move to item 6.1.
Approve the agreement for services between the City of Clearwater, Tampa Bay Psychology Associates LLC for psychological and educational services for for Clearwater Fire and Rescue first responders in a not-to-exceed amount of $180,000 for term October 1, 2024 through September 30, 2026, with 3 one-year renewal options in the annual amount of $90,000 pursuant to Clearwater Code of Ordinances, Section 2.563, paren 1, paren F, professional services not subject to CCNA, and authorize the appropriate officials to execute same.
Good evening, Council, Mayor. Scott Ellis, Fire Chief, Clearwater Fire Rescue. This request for your approval is to an agreement between the City of Clearwater and Tampa Bay Psychology Associates for psychological and educational services for Clearwater Fire Rescue first responders and not to exceed amount of $180,000. In recent years, the mental health of firefighters/EMS workers has become an increasing concern. The Clearwater Fire Rescue offers several resources for our firefighters. However, Tampa Bay Psychology Associates was recommended by the Clearwater Firefighters Association, IFF 1158, and Clearwater Police Department for their services. Tampa Bay Psychological Associates specializes in the mental health treatment of public safety employees and is utilized by numerous other fire departments within the Tampa Bay region. This agreement, similar to the service provided to Clearwater Police Department, provides personnel for the maintenance of a 24/7 rescue resource telephone number for continual employee access if needed for mental health concerns, individual counseling, mental health check-ins, fitness for duty evaluations, and additional tailored training modules and post-academy training. The term of this agreement is for 2 years. Currently, we have 75 of our employees that utilize this service and have done a tremendous job with that. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Anyone here from the public desire to speak to agenda item 6.1? Seeing none, is there any council discussion? Is there a motion?
Move to approve agenda item 6.1.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Thank you. Agenda item 6.2.
Confirm the declaration of a state of emergency due to conditions surrounding Hurricane Helene and adopt Resolution 2416.
Good evening, Javon Graham, Division Chief Emergency Management. As you mentioned and as you saw from the video, last week we got hit with what's basically called a 100-year flood event. It was the biggest impact our city's seen in a long time and catastrophically damaged homes and affected the entire community. What has been done to this date has been Herculean, to say the least, and the staff behind us hasn't slept until the city's back. So this resolution before you is to help enable those actions to be able to be accomplished, and the extension is to help those actions be accomplished. They've been working tirelessly. Some have just left the EOC and came straight here. Since the event came, actually since before the event was here, they've been working really hard to make this city better and the beaches brighter again. So with that, if there's any questions, I'm more than welcome to answer.
Before I invite public comment on this agenda item, I just want to say, I hesitate to compliment everybody that came to the podium, but I feel like you need some special attention. The risk of doing this is I'm going to miss somebody else who really, but you are very unique, and the public doesn't see this, but you keep us advised of what's going to happen well before it gets here. And you took me out, I want to say it was shortly after I was sworn in, around that time, just to show me the Emergency Operations Center and how we were all set up. And I just wanted to thank you for, as I said earlier, the preparation. We were able to respond and provide the extremely high level of service we did because of the preparation. And you've helped us lead that. And I know you've been through training, you've done a lot of things to be prepared for that moment. But when the moment comes, you have to step up and lead. And thank you for doing that in an outstanding way. I really appreciate your service this past week. With that, is anyone here from the public desire to speak to agenda item 6.2?
Thank you, everyone. Sorry, that was a long walk. I had to sit in the back because I smell from working all day on the beach. Scott Sousa, Clear Sky Restaurants and Frenchies. I thought I'd come and give a State of the Union for the beach. So not I changed shirts. I'm not downtown today. We're talking for the beach. But I've spoken to many hotel owners and general managers, restaurants, obviously, and other businesses. So, you know, I told them I wanted to come and speak and ask for input from them on things that they, you know, loved, hated, you know, whatever. And you guys all took my thunder from thanking everybody. Chief Ellers is going to get a big head after tonight trying to walk out the door when we're all thanking him. And Chief Gandy as well. I mean, amazing job. Two words I thought of, and one was, can you hear me? One was mentioned already, was preparedness. I mean, it was very obvious that we had a plan and you guys executed it flawlessly. So thank you all for all of that. And that's not just obviously from 6 months or a year. That's been for years and years. Mr. Slaughter probably had a little bit of input on that over the years, but great job with everybody executing it. The other one was culture, that I spent a lot of time talking to the officers at, on Gulf to Bay that were preventing people from going to the beach that shouldn't have been going to the beach. And I'm imagining that standing in the heat and very frustrated, and not once did I see somebody that was, you know, had a sour puss on or were short with anybody, or, you know, they did an amazing job. And that comes from the whole city, so thank you all for that. One thing I think for all of us to look for coming up is everybody's still got the adrenaline flowing, and it's just, you know, we're go, go, go at this moment. But I think in another week or so, the letdown is going to happen, and we're all starting to get tired. I've seen Ms. Poirier a couple times and know that she was up all night for, you know, multiple nights, but still smiling and happy. We can't do it forever, and the challenge for us is our employees. We probably have 400 employees that we won't have work for in another week. We do today because we're cleaning out the restaurants and getting things done. But it's, you know, that's the tough part, is taking care of our families and all of that. We personally are going to change our Frenchies. We want to kind of help ourselves and help the city. And we're changing our Frenchies Stone Crab Festival that we have every year for 40 years now. On the beach, we're going to do it at Coachman Park. Chris Cook's been an amazing help. He's awesome. And we will do it the same. We'll do it Saturday the 26th. I know we've got jazz the weekend before. So I think for us, it's let's make sure everybody knows Clearwater is still out there, and we're here, and we're going to be. I think Visit St. Pete Clearwater and Amplify have got their work cut out for them to say, hey, next season we're going to be up and running, and we'll be ready for it. But with that, thank you all. I appreciate it. You've done a tremendous job, and we see it, and we'll keep working hard. You guys will, I'm sure.
Scott, I got some good news for you. I found your Clear Sky restaurant sign in my swimming pool. It's in good shape. I'll bring it back to you.
I'll trade it. I've got your boat, so we're even.
Thank you. Anyone else here from the public desire to speak to agenda item 6.2?
Mayor, there's a resolution. May I read it?
Yeah.
Resolution number 24-16, a resolution of the City of Clearwater, Florida, confirming a declaration of state of emergency and establishing emergency procurement procedures, establishing emergency employee work schedules, providing an effective date.
Any further council discussion?
I definitely think it's needed, so I'll make a motion to approve item 6.2.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Agenda item 6.3.
Approve amendments to the interlocal agreement for creation of the Metropolitan Planning Organization, revising the composition membership of the governing board, and authorize the appropriate officials to execute same.
Good evening. Jamie Locko with Planning and Development. This is a request for the city to approve amendments to an interlocal agreement that was created for Pinellas as our Metropolitan Planning Organization, or MPO. The city first executed this interlocal agreement in 2014. That includes the creation of the Forward Pinellas Board that's made up of representatives of many of the local government organizations in Pinellas County. The membership of the board is determined by the population distribution, and so it's reviewed after each decennial census. So right now the city currently has one member on the board, and under this new agreement, the city will now have 2 members. I believe the city council has already determined that Councilman Menino will serve as our second representative. And the overall board membership is going to go from 13 members to 19 members. And so that's what St. Pete gets 2 extra members, Clearwater will get a membership, an additional one, Tarpon gets 1, Pinellas County will get an additional 1, and they're splitting the inland communities to have not 1 seat, but 2 seats. So they'll have a north seat and a south seat, and they'll serve 2 years instead of 3 years to allow them to change over more quickly. But the city's seat will continue to be a 4-year membership seat. And I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Mayor, council members, as part of the motion, we will also need to have the motion include the reaffirming of Vice Mayor Albritton as the member. Although he was appointed at the beginning of the year, since at the beginning of the following year, this new board will be in place, they're asking that we reaffirm his appointment.
Okay. Is anyone here from the public desire to speak to agenda item 6.3? Hearing seeing none, is there any council discussion? Question? Okay, is there a motion with the additional part that the city?
Move to approve agenda item 6.3 as well as reaffirming Vice Mayor Albritton to remain in the seat.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Agenda item 6.4.
Approve funding in the form of a deferred loan in an amount not to exceed $845,000 to be provided by the City of Clearwater to Tampa Bay Neighborhood Housing Services, LLC, for real property located at 1552 South Myrtle Avenue, contingent upon staff's satisfactory review and acceptance of applicable mortgage documentation, title commitment, and a new land use restriction agreement with a term of no less than 15 years, and authorize the appropriate officials to execute documents required to effect closing of the loan.
Good evening, Council. My name is Dylan Mayo. I'm the acting housing manager. 1552 South Myrtle Ave is a 14-unit apartment complex that is currently owned and operated by Hope Villages of America. This was originally called Grace House and was operated as a woman and children's shelter, but was converted to permanent housing. The land use restriction agreement, or LURA, on the property expired on October 1st, 2024. Hope Villages had decided to sell the property prior to the expiration of the LURA, and the property was listed back in May. Clearwater Neighborhood Housing Services, or CNHS, secured a purchase contract and intends to purchase the property and retain it as affordable housing, which will prevent the current tenants from a lease rate increase that could lead to displacement. Tampa Bay Neighborhood Housing Services, Tampa Bay Neighborhood Housing Services, not CNHS. Same organization, however, that's what they're under contract with. Has requested a 0% interest loan in the amount of $845,000, which will be partially repaid with a monthly payment equal to 50% of cash flow, with a balloon payment for any remaining principal due at the maturity in 30 years. This loan will be placed in second position to a primary lender and represents approximately 28% of the purchase price. The purchase price of $2,995,000 is consistent with appraised value, which came in at $3,010,000 in mid-August. After acquisition, CNHS plans to apply for penny funding or to sell the land portion of the property to the Pinellas County Land Trust with a 99-year lease back in order to fund updates to the existing units and redevelop the clubhouse into 3 additional units. At this time, no additional funding is expected to be requested from the city. Housing staff has reviewed the application and has determined that the request is in line with City Objective 2.4 and can be fulfilled utilizing home funding. The housing staff has established the following terms for the acquisition loan. The homes are to be leased to individuals or families earning at or below 80% of area median income. The loan will be repaid at 50% of cash flow following the completion of the rehabilitation of units and the completion of the additional units, or within 2 years, whichever comes first. The final approval of loans will be contingent upon the approval of all funding sources. A land use restriction will be placed on the property for a term of 15 years. And final approval will be contingent upon the satisfactory review of applicable mortgage documentation, title commitment, a new land use restriction agreement, and any additional documentation required by staff to effect closing. Staff recommends the approval of a 0% interest loan for the acquisition of the subject property not to exceed $845,000. David Harder with Tampa Bay Neighborhood Housing Services is here to answer any questions. I'd be happy to address any questions at this time.
Anyone here from the public desire to speak to agenda item 6.4? Hearing seeing none, is there any council discussion or questions?
Just a quick
Councilmember
question.
Menino?
Of the 14 units, all of them will be set at the level of 80% or
Yes.
below? There is, are we setting aside any for, the workforce housing at 60% or 30? It could all be at that 80% limit, and we,
Because we're using home funding, it's going to be required to be 80% AMI.
thank you.
Mhm.
Any other questions or comments by the council? Now, is there a motion?
Yeah, I'm happy to move approval of agenda item 6.4.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Thank you. Agenda item 6.5.
Authorize a purchase order to Pannoni Associates, Inc. of Clearwater, Florida for professional services to complete design work for renovations of Edgewater Drive Park in the amount not to exceed $116,100, and authorize the appropriate officials to execute same.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. Art Cater, Parks and Recreation Director. Item 4U is a contract for Pannoni Associates to complete the design work and the proposed renovations of Edgewater Drive Park. The renovations will include a new dock, reconfiguration, the expanding of the parking lot, stormwater improvements, new sidewalks, educational signage. Design work and permitting will take about 4 to 6 months to complete. Staff will be meeting with the Edgewater Drive Neighborhood Association in the very near future to get their input regarding this park. The city's been awarded a $200,000 grant, FERDAP grant, which is Florida Recreation Development Program grant. And that agreement will come back to the council as soon as the state gets the agreement together. But we have been awarded that. You can see that in this item. I'm available to answer any questions you might have.
Does anyone here from the public desire to speak to agenda item 6.5? Hearing seeing none, is there any council discussion on this agenda item? If not, is there a motion?
Move to approve agenda item 6.5.
Is there a
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Thank you. Agenda item 6.6.
Authorize a guaranteed maximum price proposal to Sports Surfaces LLC of West Palm Beach, Florida for cleaning and refurbishment of tennis and pickleball courts at 4 parks and recreation facilities, including McMullen Tennis Complex, Forest Run Park, Wood Valley Park, and Woodgate Park, in the cumulative amounts of $167,562 pursuant to Clearwater Code of Ordinances, Section 2.563(1) C, piggyback, and 2.563(1) D, non-competitive purchase, and authorize the appropriate officials to execute same.
The proposal is for the cleaning and refurbishment, sometimes say resurfacing of our tennis courts and pickleball courts in the city. We are, with this proposal, doing 13 of them. It's part of a proactive maintenance program that we have been in place for, literally at least 20 years I know of. We need to obviously periodically clean and refurbish these surfaces so that the life of the courts can be extended without having to construct new courts. By doing this, we will get another 5 to 8 years out of these courts. Otherwise, usually a tennis court will last you sometimes 30 to 40 years, or actually 25 to 30 years. This pushes it to 40 and sometimes 50 years before we have to actually replace the tennis courts. After inspecting all the hard courts, the city staff recommends the courts that were mentioned in the agenda item. I'm available to answer any questions you might have.
Anyone here from the public desire to speak to agenda item 6.6? Hearing seeing none, is there any council discussion? There is a huge demand for pickleball in particular courts, so keeping them up is really important and something I hear a lot from citizens about, so appreciate you keeping, it sounds like we're keeping track with our regular rotation, but they're in high demand, so this is important.
Yes, sir.
Okay, is there a motion?
Make a motion to approve item 6.6.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Thank you. Agenda item 6.7.
Ratify and confirm an increase of purchase order with Course Construction, Inc. for emergency repairs to the ADA floating dock at the Clearwater Community Sailing Center in an amount of $27,424.67 for a new project total of $165,751.25.
We're requesting that the council ratify and confirm a decision to perform an emergency repair to the floating docks at the Clearwater Community Sailing Center for a cost of $27,000. During construction to repair damage to the docks done by Hurricane Idalia, which was approved by the council on March 7th, 24, Tropical Storm Debbie came along and caused some additional damage. Since the marine contractor was on site at the time and they were going to have to leave that site within a week, it'd be 3 to 4 months before we would get them back. So we said, let's go ahead and do the repairs while they're here. Obviously, it costs more money. And obviously, we've now had Hurricane Helene. And if we'd have known that, we probably wouldn't have done these repairs, but we didn't. So right now, there's no more docks left out there. So we'll have to look at a different option in the future, but we still need you to approve this. Otherwise, the city manager is going to have a hard time, you know, or I am, probably not her.
Is there anyone here from the public desire to speak to agenda item 6.7? Hearing and seeing none, is there any council discussion? If there's not, is there a motion?
Motion to approve agenda item 6.7.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Agenda item 6.8.
Approve a purchase order to Bliss Products of Lithia Springs, Georgia for the purchase of various amenities for multiple park locations in the total amount of $336,556.85 pursuant to Clearwater Code of Ordinances, Section 2.563, Paren 1, Paren C, piggyback, and 2.563, Paren 1, Paren D, impractical, and authorize the appropriate officials to execute same.
The item is for the purchase of our annual order of standardized park amenities that we use in our various parks. The order will include trash receptacles, picnic benches, high-top tables for Baycare Ballpark. The new items will replace the old park items that we have in our parks. It's a standard thing that we do. With that, I can answer any questions.
Is there anyone here from the public desire to speak to agenda item 6.8? Hearing and seeing none, is there any council discussion? If there's not, is there a motion?
Move to approve agenda item 6.8.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Agenda item 6.9.
Authorize a purchase order to Musco Sports Lighting LLC of Okaloosa, Iowa for the purchase and installation of pickleball court lighting at McKay Park located at 605 Mandalay Avenue in the amount of $151,300 pursuant to Clearwater Code of Ordinances, Section 2.563, Paren 1, Paren C, piggyback, and authorize the appropriate officials to execute same.
Speaking about pickleball courts, improvements currently underway at McKay Park include the construction of 6 new pickleball courts, the installation of new playground equipment, exercise equipment, a bocce ball court, shade structure, sidewalk, and retention pond, and other miscellaneous park amenities. Lighting is also an important component of the improvements to this park. Under the current contract, only the electrical panel and the conduits to support the lights have been run or will be installed. They're out there now working to build a new park. This item is for the purchase of LED sports lighting for McKay Park pickleball courts and will consist of 6 steel poles, luminaires, electrical wiring to connect to the new electrical panel. With that, I'm available to answer any questions.
Is anyone here from the public desire to speak to agenda item 6.9? Is there any council discussion?
Quick question, if you don't mind. Will these lights be connected to the city's light systems when, you know, the rec fields, ball fields, it automatically shut off? At a
Absolutely,
certain
that's
time of
why,
night?
very good point,
Yeah.
yes.
So they won't be a manual, somebody's responsible, they
Nope.
cut off at that hour, and you better have your stuff gathered.
It's all on computer, it's all done, nobody has to come out there and cut them on and off.
It's made it a lot easier out there, it's
Yeah.
appreciated, thank you.
And the electric was already run over there because we had the temporary fire station.
Yeah, the conduit and everything, the panel and everything is in the contract, the current contract. This will include the wiring, the poles,
Yeah.
the lights, and then the wiring back to the panel.
And I saw some I don't know if it's playground or outdoor exercise equipment, kind of as debris over there somewhere on that lot. And you can't tell where anything came from. I mean, like he was talking about the clear sky sign being in his pool. That's true. What did we lose? Had we already had new equipment ordered and delivered that was
We
lost in
did.
that, or?
Yes, we have new equipment that's going in. It was old, it needed to be replaced. We actually took the playground out earlier because it was really unsafe. We had to put a fence around it. It was due to be replaced as well as the exercise.
So we didn't have any
equipment.
new equipment out there?
There will be new equipment, yes.
Okay. With that, is there a motion?
Move to approve agenda item 6.9.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous.
Thank you, council.
Agenda item 6.10.
Approve selection of firms to provide construction manager at-risk services for continuing contracts as listed for a period of 4 years pursuant to request for qualifications 51-24 and authorize the appropriate officials to execute same.
Sorry. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Tara Kivett, City Engineer. This is the city's fourth reiteration of the CM at-risk services for continuing contracts. The CM delivery method continues to be a useful option for procurement for certain projects. Advantages include early involvement of the contractor firm during design, value engineering, cost estimating, resolving any constructability reviews. We also use this process when we do not have a biddable set of plans for some minor work, or we'll meet a contractor out on site and kind of engineer a solution with them. So then we're, so we save on some design costs. We definitely save time. And we also use this approach for just sensitive projects in either sensitive neighborhoods or areas where we have a tight timeline and need to work with the community. It's more of a collaborative approach. These CMAR firms must follow our city procurement guidelines. They have to competitively bid all the subcontractor work to follow our thresholds in our procurement guidelines. These proposed CM firms do a wide variety of work. They don't all self-perform. They typically, some do, some don't, but they typically bid out all the subcontractor work. This is for a 4-year term. Any questions?
Does anyone here from the public desire to speak to agenda item 6.10? Hearing, seeing none, is there council discussion? I understand that we're kind of extending this for 1 year, and I'm new to all this continuing contract thing, but I'd like to see us look at this, look at the threshold to see if it, to see if the threshold is the right amount. And maybe it is, maybe, what I don't want to do is, particularly at a time where we're coming out of hurricane recovery where we're not getting the best price or the lowest price just because the way the system works, the way, vendors figure out the system after a while, and maybe if this is saving us money, if we would have to hire procurement folks to analyze and process if it was open bid, but I just want to make sure that that's the case, particularly when we're going into an era now where really we're in the unknown going forward with what our costs are going to be as a city going forward. So, council member?
Yes, thank you, sir. I completely agree with your thoughts there. Looking at the list, it's quite a few vendors. And as the mayor alluded to, this 1 year to see how things go forward, I think will be really good for us because as an area for improvement and cost savings, I think that it can be found here. But as alluded to, I completely agree. If we're utilizing same vendors over and over again and not trying to get newer vendors in there every so often, I think they kind of get used to knowing they may or may not get a contract, and then they start padding certain things. I'm not here to say that's what's happening, but at least if we're analyzing this and seeing if we can get a new process going forward, it'll definitely cut down on any of that may be or could be happening. So I'm looking forward to this next year as well.
And this contract did include 9 new vendors, so we'll
Yeah.
definitely use them significantly.
Perfect.
Any other council discussion? Is there a motion?
Make a motion to approve item 6.10.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Thank you. Item 6.11.
Approve guaranteed maximum price, GMP2, Amendment 2 to the agreement with Ajax Building Company LLC of Midway, Florida for construction of the new City Hall project in the amount of $22,531,075, including alternate one, increasing the purchase order from $7,676,799 to $30,207,874 pursuant to request for qualifications 59-23 and authorize the appropriate officials to execute same.
Thank you, Ms. Call. Good evening again. I'm Tara Kivett, City Engineer. I'm excited to present to you this second and final GMP for the City Hall project. The team, including city staff, Wanamaker Jensen, Brodus, our owner's rep, and Ajax Building, have worked diligently to keep the project within budget while designing a quality LEED silver building that meets the city's operational and customer service needs. Throughout the design process, we saved over $4 million because of all the different decisions that were made. We kept getting cost estimates from Ajax. We brought them in early to provide pre-construction phase services. Also, Wanamaker Jensen and Brodus provided cost estimates at numerous times throughout the project. So we would make changes to, again, keep the project within budget before we move forward with significant design. This GMP includes the rooftop solar ad alternate that is estimated to provide around 54% of the building's consumption. We're expecting about a 6.5-year ROI. That's assuming that we get the elective pay tax credits. And we're excited to have a late August in 2026 move-in date. Any questions?
Anyone here from the public desire to speak to agenda item 6.11? Is there any council discussion?
Just a quick question, Mayor, if you don't mind. I see that we're qualifying score-wise for LEED Silver. How many points were we away from LEED Gold? Just interested to know.
We're hovering in the low 50s right now, 52-ish, and you need 60 to be gold.
Okay, and do we think, or is there a way to assess it and find if there's little mitigating things that are cost-effective that may put us to that threshold, or?
Right, we will continue to look at that. So as we start shoveling the ground, now that once you approve, we weren't sure the solar would be approved, so that was kind of up in the air. So that will add some more points. So yes, if we're up at like 58, we will definitely take a deep dive and see if we can get to that next level.
We're getting close, yeah, I
Yes.
appreciate it, thank you.
Vice Mayor?
Yeah, we're not going through the certification process, we're just going toward the certification standards, right?
No, we are actually getting LEED certified.
Oh, you
We
are?
are going through the whole process. Yes, sir.
Okay, what cost does that certification add to it?
I don't have that. I'll have to get back to you.
Okay,
It was a decision early on to actually be LEED certified.
okay.
Yeah,
That would
I'd
be
like to hear
great.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was just under 300,000, sir.
Oh,
So that's the design and the construction cost to do the certification. Because it's basically the lead consultant and then some construction costs to administer it.
All right, thank you.
Does that LEED certification result in any savings over time to us?
Or benefits is what I was going to ask.
So part of it's the plaque, and it's the process to go through. So there's differing thoughts, I think, on the bang for the buck. But if you don't go through and get it, you don't get the official designation. And I think part of it was that earlier conversation on that we were going to go do that. The bulk of it is on the design side. So because we were already into the process, the savings to try to turn that off would not have been as significant because we had already let that contract through Wanamaker Jensen. So we had already expended part of that money.
So I agree with trying to stay sustainable and make sure that we're having a good footprint for our city and our area, but I don't necessarily know that I agree with spending $300,000 for a certificate. So if we could do that without spending $300,000.
We've already committed the consultant portion, which was about $200,000 of that effort. That's already we wouldn't be able to recuperate it. That was a lot of the leading up to identify what those points were gonna be. They've got, part of that is through like the commissioning process, where they'll make sure that the systems are commissioned properly, and also there could be some pieces that we could de-scope. I would say that commissioning part, there is some value in that, making sure that the systems are operating the way that you want them to, so.
Nice, man.
Yeah, I can recall talking about this whole sustainability lead certification thing a couple of years ago. And I even think we put it in the strategic plan. Isn't that in there, that our buildings are supposed to be minimum lead silver, I think? And, but we talked about not doing the certification. I understand kind of the process here on City Hall, and it'd be nice to have a plaque in there to, when everybody goes in, to say that we have actually done it on this one, and there's the plaque that says we did. But I think the rest of the construction, we try to aspire to the LEED silver without actually getting certified. And maybe you can explain a little bit better on that.
We did talk a little bit about that. We had some of those discussions. Unfortunately, we were too far, and we do have Bill and Ajax in here, so we did some of those dives in, talking with them on what we thought we could save. Unfortunately, we were a little too far into the process to really see much savings out of it. So from the construction side, I don't know if you want to speak a little bit.
Bill Barnes, CEO with Ajax. So one thing to point out, some of the money that's spent on the design side, some of that $200,000, is necessary for the designers to determine what are the best solutions to get that LEED silver, whether it be the certificate or building in what some people call the spirit of LEED. So I think to the point here is that you would still have expended some of those dollars in order to get the design elements needed to get silver certification. There is a slight cost in the construction components to do commissioning or to do higher efficiency air conditioning units or those type things. You do pay a small premium in order to get that, but you do get the return on investment back for those, for spending less electricity and spending, less water consumption, those type things. So
what you're saying, it's more than just a plaque, it's design concentration.
correct. I think the actual cost to USGBC, who administers the LEED process, is probably less than $25,000 to get the plaque. The $300,000 total is cost of construction increased to get to build this to the LEED silver level, and the cost of the design effort necessary to identify those design parameters to get that certification level. I think what has been done here is it's been broken out for people to see, and sometimes it's not transparent in the agreement between the designer and the owner, and that's probably the difference here.
So are we saying with all of this building and all of our future buildings, if we want them to be clean or sustainable, that there's going to be just a component of X amount of dollars that will lead to just the design of that? You can't design and build a building that's climately friendly without having to certify it.
No,
you can.
Yeah. So there's certified, LEED certified, which is the lowest level of certification. Then there's silver, gold, platinum.
Right.
So most design teams now are in order to meet code, can obtain a certified LEED building level. So there's not a cost to go certified typically because it's already in there. To go to LEED silver, there's additional effort required, and most design firms, maybe not all, have a cost associated with that extra effort to determine what components are needed to get to silver, gold, or platinum. And I don't want to speak for Wanamaker Jensen, they're not here, but that's, I think, what the issue is. And they hired a specific consultant outside of their firm in order to ensure that LEED silver was obtained.
Okay, so that
functions you can put into your design. So some of it, a lot of it will go into like your HVAC systems, the energies that how you're looking, the controls, potentially using one VAV box to serve multiple offices. So there's different elements that you put into it, so you don't have to go through a LEED program to do that. We could do it through other means where you just, we can put some of that into our guidance, that we're looking for those energy efficiencies that are out there, or certain sustainability. You don't always have to go through a LEED certification. You still get those benefits.
Well, so that's what I'm getting at. If we want to be a minimum of LEED Silver, we know what those parameters would be, or at least our GC or whoever we're going through would know that. We can't just say, can you build me a LEED Silver building? Because we're going to silver, we have to pay an additional cost.
Every project is a little bit different. And if you look at the scorecard that LEED utilizes for that, you get certain points for certain elements. And there, some projects can comply just because of the type of project they are. Some projects can't comply because they use more energy for whatever reason. Lab buildings is a good example. They use more energy, so it's tougher to get a certification on those type of buildings. So you have to rely on your design team to identify what credits you can get at a reasonable cost, and with the contractor pricing those elements in order to determine that. And I think what this project went through was, an assurance that the LEED Silver was going to be obtained. One thing that, city halls do have to factor in order to get that certification or to maintain that energy efficiency is at times they're very heavily occupied and at times they're not. And so for the air conditioning systems to be able to ramp up efficiently and provide the appropriate amount of fresh air based on occupancy load, and then to be able to shut that down and not overcool and use the energy to keep the space in humidity requirements. Those are some technical challenges that the design team has to go through on a project like this.
Okay, anybody else? Okay. Is there a motion?
Can I just add one last
Oh,
clarification?
yeah.
So we had the solar in there as an option. Our intent was to wait a little bit longer before we actually make that award. We can make it a little bit later in the project. Just, we want to get a little bit farther into the project. So our intent was not to award the solar with the GMP. We want to make sure it's remaining on budget, and then a little bit farther make that award.
It's solar ready, but not.
It'll be solar ready regardless.
Right.
It's just, we just want to make sure
Yeah.
there's no unforeseens
For sure.
with that.
Yeah. Okay, anything else? Is there a motion?
Motion to approve agenda item 6.11.
Second?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Yeah. Agenda item 6.12.
Approve an early release guaranteed maximum price, GMP 1, Amendment 3 to the agreement with Ajax Building Company LLC of Midway, Florida for construction of municipal services building renovations in the amounts of $5,712,055, increasing the purchase order from $110,605 to $5,812,660 pursuant to request for qualifications 59-23, and authorize the appropriate officials to execute same.
Thank you, Ms. Call. Good evening again, Tara Kivett, City Engineer. This early release GMP includes a majority of work to renovate the Municipal Services Building. Similar to City Hall, again, the whole project team worked diligently throughout the process to pick areas where we would get the most bang for our buck, the most efficiencies, to the right approach to the renovation design. We realized about a $2.5 million savings in that. We expect to start this project in January. Our goal is to move staff out in anywhere from late November to early December in multiple phases. Our plan is to use the bulk of our staff going to existing city facilities. We are looking at a lease on Cleveland Street that we will be bringing forward to you at the next council meeting. This is about an 8-month renovation. As the summary said, we did have significant savings by turning the whole building over to the contractor. Even with some of the relocation costs, we'll still realize around a $750,000 savings because of that. Any questions?
Anyone here from the public desire to speak to agenda item 6.12? Hearing, seeing none, is there any council discussion? Is there a motion?
Move to approve agenda item 6.12.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Thank you. Agenda item 6.13.
Approve the vacation request from the City of Clearwater as the platted owner of an unnamed 10-foot wide alleyway portion that abuts the west lot line of Lot 7 in Block F of the corrected plat of Clearwater Improvement Company Plaza Park. Addition according to the map or plat thereof as recorded in Plat Book 5, page 53 of the Public Records of Hillsborough County, Florida, of which Pinellas County was formerly a part of, and pass ordinance 9742-24 on first reading.
Thank you, Rose. Good evening, Mayor, council members. Robert Kasmer, Public Works Engineering, Real Estate. In brief, the item before you this evening is a request by the city as platted to vacate a 10 by 145 foot unnamed and unimproved alleyway strip to the benefit of the 3 adjoining property owners. Very simple, no issues, no problems. This vacation almost also eliminates all city future maintenance expense. And this also reflects proper land use management. I have a photo here for you, if I may. Not all of the alleyway can be vacated. Only the northern portion of it can, as the southern portion and the eastern side has access through the adjoining property owners. So they've taken the alleyway and they've used it. We cannot vacate it. But this portion here, again, is unimproved and has no purpose. So therefore, it really needs to go back to the property owners. As part of the process approval, I had to do no objection letters. Duke Energy, in fact, does have 2 power lines that parallel this alleyway strip, but they are planning to have that underground and removed in roughly about a year or so. Therefore, within the ordinance, we had to put in wording to reserve a utility easement. Therefore, we have no issues with this vacation. City staff have reviewed and approved this vacation request. Do you have any questions, please?
Does anyone here from the public desire to speak to agenda item 6.13?
I don't know if I need to speak, but I'm one of the property.
If you don't want to come up, then you, just need to come up to the podium. And make sure we get a card from you too. So.
Read the card.
She's got cards. You can do it after you speak, though.
Okay, I'm just one of the property owners of this alleyway, and it's just been overgrown for many years. I've had branches come down and destroy my kid's playhouse that was back there, so really hoping this is gonna go through, and want to thank Robert Kasmer, who's been incredibly helpful in making this happen. Okay?
Good. Anyone else from the public desire to speak to agenda item 6.13? Hearing seen none, is there any council discussion? If there's none, is there a motion?
Mayor, I'll need to read this for ordinance.
Oh, yeah, you have read it.
This is ordinance number 9742-24, an ordinance of the City of Clearwater, Florida, vacating a 10-foot alley portion abutting the west lot line of Lot 7 and Block F of the corrected plat of Clearwater Improvement Co. Plaza Park addition according to the map or plat thereof, as recorded in Plat Book 5, page 53 of the Public Records of Hillsborough County, Florida, of which Pinellas County was formerly a part, providing an effective date.
Now, is there a council discussion? Hearing none, is there a motion?
Be happy to make a motion to approve agenda item 6.13. As I have been out there, Chelsea, you have worked hard to get this. I did see the safety issue and concern with your kids, and I'm glad city staff worked so diligently in solving this for you. So with that said, I move to approve agenda item 6.13.
I will second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you.
Agenda item 6.14.
Approve a purchase order Arthur J. Gallagher Risk Management Services, Inc. of Orlando, Florida, for a builder's risk policy for the Beach Marina Replacement Project for a not-to-exceed amount of $2 million pursuant to Clearwater Code of Ordinances, Section 2.563(1)(I), insurance. Approve an increase of a not-to-exceed amount loaned by $1,550,000, increasing the 18 million fund to $19,550,000 for the capital improvement fund to the Marina Fund, and authorize the appropriate officials to execute same.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is Todd Moran, Risk Manager for the city. Requesting approval of a purchase order for our builder's risk policy in support of the Marina Replacement Project in a not-to-exceed amount for $2 million. Open it up for questions. You may have some.
Okay. Does anyone here from the public desire to speak to agenda item 6.14? Hearing seeing none, is there council discussion? Councilmember Cotton?
Yeah. Sorry, guys. So, listen. We just approved $18 million not too long ago for this. And then all of a sudden I see this on the agenda item. And we're falling into that thing that I even said back then, like, we're just going to be back at here asking for more money. And this $1.5 million is a large oversight, which I think both of you understand. So somewhere there was a failure of someone to understand what was going on. And I'll be honest with you, it's not acceptable because this is a big fault, right? So I have a big problem with this because here we went from $18 million, which I then pointed out and thought that that was astronomical cost. But I understood it, and I do agree to the importance of the Clearwater Beach Marina. But now we're getting up to 19.5. I just don't want to see anything like this happen again, right? I know that we have to approve this to be able to get insurance to make the project move forward. But let's try and somehow get together as a team and make sure. Go ahead.
And I can speak a little bit to that to kind of understand. And the city's process, since we kind of switched to an owner control program where we get the quote for the builder's risk policies as opposed to the contractor, there's real advantages for the city to do that. We've gone to market with the application to get the quote after the GMP because we need the GMP budget as well as all of the documentation that goes along with that. The fix for this is to have our work with our procurement, who I've already had meetings with, and then also with our engineering to reword some of the bid process and the general requirements in the contracting side so that the contractor will not only provide their documentation, the budget, we're going to request that they go out for quote, and the city will reserve the right to also quote. That means we'll have the documentation before we bring the GMP to council. The city's process to date has been to use a percent of GMP predicted to put in the budget, and for typical vertical construction, that has worked. What has gone wrong with builder's risk is a property coverage. And the news is, property coverage in the state of Florida is not going down because of the hurricanes. And our recent modeling that we've received from our broker is we are averaging about one storm per year for the last 6 years that hit Florida landfalling major storms. The 13 years prior to that, the average was one every 2 years. Now we know that, they may come in clusters, but those are the averages. And so the risk is going up. The real problem with the process this year is the market came back with a really high number.
I understand, and listen,
So
I'm
that's
glad.
kind of where we're at, but we do have a fix.
For sure, and
We
listen.
won't be able to implement that on the current projects, but we will in the future.
And I think that that's excellent that we have a solution, right? Because I think that this type of thing is what makes people frustrated with government, if I'm being honest, right? Because this is no small number, it's $1.5 million. So it's good to see that you guys do have a solution. This marina will be awesome and it'll be a staple for us going forward, but this is definitely a big oversight and mishap here, in my opinion. I don't know what the rest of my colleagues will say going forward, but at least there's a solution going forward, and we need to make sure that we're following our parameters according to your solution so we don't fall into an area like this again. So thanks, guys.
Councilmember Menino?
Yeah, I did the same thing when I was reading the agenda, and the $2 million caught my eye and hit me in the gut again, for the very same reasons. This one felt like, again, we're kind of being breadcrumbed along, and it's gonna cost you this, no more, and then it's gonna cost you this, no more, and then, you know, we really had no options. We got to a place where, you know, we all know how important this marina is to us, and we're, you know, final price out the door, here's your sale price. We swallowed it and we're good with it, and then to come back again and see, you know, an additional $2 million.
And having the process where we send it out to quote after we receive the GMP is what puts us in that
Yeah.
position, and I didn't recognize that. The last time we did a builder's risk was for the Coachman Park project, which was 2021.
Yeah.
So it, kind of give the project team a little bit, they didn't expect this, even though they budgeted a % placeholder. The market gave us a really unexpected number. So we do have fixed so that you guys will get more, you'll have a quote to look at from either the contractor or the city or both.
Yeah,
when we bring the GMP
I
in
definitely
front
hope
of
we
you.
do. I mean, that kind of a lack of transparency to the public as well as us, that definitely needs to change. I do have a question. In the front end, did Kokalakis Contracting, do they not offer a builder's risk policy?
So when
Where
they
we
did
would get a fair and a better estimate? Because when I see an estimate of $450,000, and I know we took the GMP from Coachman Park, when you even multiplied it by a factor of 2, if I'm not correct, to get our 450, and we're still way off. Could we not have gotten a fair estimate or even an option from Kokalakis Contracting?
That was our
We
estimate.
could, but the
Yeah,
bid and
that's what I'm saying.
the bid and the contracting, we assumed that responsibility, so Kokalakis didn't provide us that. That's where the change needs to happen.
Yeah, but we could have?
Yes, we could have asked them to provide that as part of their GMP
Right.
number, but again, we lose some advantages doing it that way, which is why I'm still recommending that while we may ask them to include that in their GMP and go out to market and get a quote, we're going to do the same thing.
Yeah, I would hope so, because even if we use the term, because that's how we've always done it, and we're gonna go out and find it on our own anyways, I would think in the front end, if Kokalakis Contracting can provide that policy, if nothing else, it allows us to shop it and gives us
Right.
an idea, so we don't turn around and do an estimate that's grossly underestimated when we had an opportunity to get that figure.
Well, and what I want you guys to be very clear on and understand is that they're not going to get a better rate than we will.
Right.
We're going to the same market they will. The issue is timing.
Yeah.
And by requiring the bid process and the contracting process to have that built into anyone who bids on our projects, will have that information sooner. We're depending upon the contractor to give us that information so that we can go quote. And we did that all through July. We got a not acceptable number in August, and we had to retool and go back out to the markets, and that's the number we've got it down to at this point. And we're still currently, we have options to bring it down lower, but we couldn't bring that today because we didn't have that information before the agenda needed to be in.
Yeah, I appreciate us fixing it and moving forward and
Right.
and us being more efficient and more effective as a government.
Right.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, you nailed it on the head, it's the timing, right? We all know what the price tag's gonna be. I think what's frustrating is that number keeps moving, and then it keeps coming before us. And so, having the timing right and changing the process I think is a good step in the direction, and just have one ask, bottom line.
Right.
So it's fine tuning the timing. I think that's what I'm hoping to see in the future.
Absolutely. I think that is, we would agree with that, and we'll be able to present those changes to you guys probably, outside of a council meeting so you can see what the changes are. It's some really simple changes to our approach that will allow us to still gain the advantages, but get the timeline right.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Well, just weigh in what they said, this marina project's already been troublesome for us because the cost of the whole project went way, way up, and we've been trying to figure that out. So just to echo what they've said here, to try to get a better estimate, so we at least know what we're dealing with on the front end. Obviously, there's a difference with the marina project as opposed to vertical construction or a park, so that was a mistake. We all make mistakes, so that was a mistake. I think your process going forward will help correct that.
Yep.
Sounds like, so I think we're good there. My only question is, it's kind of the overall project. is, Marcus, maybe you can help me with this, is, did Mother Nature help us with some demolition out there? Because, I was out there the other day and it's roughed up a lot. So, I don't know if that has changed at all as the city manager, if that's changed at all. It's probably too early to know, but I don't know if that's changed how we approach it and maybe even the cost further of the project.
So we had the engineer out there doing some quick looks for us because a lot of similar questions. So again, the project's supposed to be phased with phase 1 and phase 2. There were damages done to the piers on both phase 1 and phase 2. So we believe we can get keep the phasing the way that it was gonna go. We're gonna work through, try to get some questions into FEMA, see if it's possible to get some reimbursements to do some of those repairs to phase 2. We talked through a couple of different options. It did damage the fuel portion of it, so we're trying to understand what the electrical, the full, obviously it got inundated, but is the gear still good? Are the cables still good? Same thing from the fuel system. So we're trying to do a little bit more evaluation, and then we've got to talk with what is FEMA potentially going to reimburse. There's some timing considerations associated with that. So it's still a little soon to determine how all that will financially shake out, but we were able to talk through, yes, we can keep going with what the plan was, and we'll just keep working with the contractor to hone in if there's FEMA opportunities there or some insurance opportunities.
The likely answer is
I
no.
was on the beach today with the adjuster. We walked the marina and all the properties along the beach that had damage. So we're beginning that process and we'll have more to share. But any impacts in terms of lowering, obviously a lot of the demo is we're gonna receive some insurance reimbursement for that in terms of the scope of damage to the marina. So we don't yet know how that will change the builder's risk, but all that will do is bring it down because we'll have less scope, so on and so forth. So those are good things in terms of the builder's risk policy. Not really great for our marina. May help the project timing a little bit, and FEMA will also be an option for some reimbursables.
Okay.
So I guess one other little thing that it hopefully does help with a little bit is there was an Army Corps permit we thought we were just in the about to receive, and then had found out from them that a step had been missed in their process, so they kind of pulled it back. And we've been going through a bunch of back and forth trying to get a lot of that expedited. So we've got a plan in place. The team's been working pretty hard to resolve all of that, but actually some of this additional work allows us to go ahead and mobilize that contractor on time so that they can do it. So from that standpoint, that helped us a little bit with that permit hiccup that had come through. So that was a benefit to us.
Councilmember Menino?
Yeah, you opened up another box, but just really quick, I know we've probably all heard from a group of vendors down at the marina. I don't know where their communication came from, but there's a fear with that group that we are doing away with the 2 phases, and because of the storm, we're doing it into one solid phase to where they're going to be shut down for that duration.
And that was today's meeting. So that's what all those conversations were. What degree was everything damaged to out there? And we talked to, we've got a way to keep that with the 2 phases, keep those folks operational. There may be a little bit that they may have to temporarily put some boats on one pier as we're going through it, but they're working through that out there now, but we're pretty confident we can keep that 2 phase.
I know that vendor group will be excited to hear that, and I'm sure we'll communicate with them.
May I? So certainly when it first happened, there was a lot of people panicking, talking, saying a lot of things. In reality, there was a written communication to them that made it very clear that our commitment, unless this council tells us different, is to run this marina through construction, whether it's through 2 phases, 1 phase, no matter how we do it. Our commitment, our priority is to make sure that the commercial tenants are able to operate. That's the communication that's been said and shared with them, and today's direction, even in this meeting, when we evaluated what those options were, I made it very clear to the team, unless this council wants to tell me something different, that that's what they will accomplish to this project. Certainly, a lot of these cost things, I know the staff's the people that take the blame, and maybe it should be on me, because I really think they've navigated a really complicated construction project that really isn't all on their backs. So if anybody has to take the hit for it, I'll take the hit for it. Certainly, there's many benefits to doing the insurance the way we do. We do it this way specifically so we can benefit from the sales tax exemption. That's the reason we do it. And so the process that Todd's mentioned now will give us more of a market check. And certainly, I think history has shown that the process they were using worked on vertical construction. Hopefully, you don't build another marina for another 50 years, absent there being another storm, and we won't make this screw up again. But if anybody's got to take responsibility for the screw up, I'd rather it be me and not the staff can address it.
So we are, as a city, to purchasing all the materials for building of the marina?
We do that on most of our larger projects.
That's probably where the practice changed. I don't know how many years ago that started, where it went from the contractor procuring the builder's risk, because the city achieved advantages for doing that cost-wise. So then it shifted to us going to quote probably once we got the GMP. We could fix that. So that's probably where it started, but it really, I didn't recognize it this last year when this came across, and so we'll fix that. What I would say is, speaking to the supporting the commercial fleet and the two-phase plan, the builder's risk policy risk profile for this storm season has already been quantified. The real cost in the builder's risk quote that came back is really for the second phase. That's the cost in supporting the community. And yes, it costs the taxpayers, but those are business owners, people that have jobs, and if we didn't do that, there would be real consequences for them. So those are costs that we can't get rid of. We just didn't expect it to be that high.
Okay. Any further discussion on agenda item 6.14? Is there a motion?
Make a motion to approve agenda item 6.14.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Agenda item 6.15.
Approve purchase orders to multiple vendors for the purchase of vehicle parts for heavy and light-duty city vehicles and equipment in the not-to-exceed amount of $2,100,000 for a term October 1, 2024 through September 30, 2025 pursuant to Clearwater Code of Ordinances, Section 2.563, Paren 1, Paren C, piggyback, 2.563, Paren 1, Paren A, single source, and 2.563, Paren 1, Paren B, micro purchases, and authorize the appropriate officials to execute same.
Good evening, Perry Conlon, Fleet Manager. Fleet Division is requesting authorization to purchase vehicle parts from various vendors for heavy and light-duty city vehicles and equipment. Due to rising costs of parts caused by supply chain challenges and a limited selection of original equipment manufacturer parts from vendors and additional repairs to city vehicles and equipment, the Fleet Division is requesting a $2,100,000 expenditure, which is $150,000 more than the fiscal year 24 allocation. Vendors and the procurement methods are listed below. Authorization is requested to add additional piggyback contracts as needed throughout the year, which will be vetted through the procurement division. Any questions?
Is anyone here from the public desiring to speak to agenda item 6.15? Hearing seeing none, is there any council discussion? If there's none, is there a motion?
Motion to approve agenda item 6.15.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you.
Agenda item 6.16.
Approve purchase orders to multiple vendors for the acquisition of library books and materials in the cumulative not-to-exceed amount of $465,000 for the term October 1, 2024 through September 30, 2025 pursuant to Clearwater Code of Ordinances, Section 2.563, Paren 1, Paren C, piggyback and cooperative purchases, and authorize the appropriate officials to execute same.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm Bonnie Potter, collection librarian. The Clearwater Public Library System is requesting authorization to purchase library books and materials using competitive piggyback and cooperative contracts for our biggest three vendors. 2 piggyback contracts with the Commonwealth of Virginia on behalf of the Mid-Atlantic Library Alliance, 1 for Baker and Taylor in the amount of $130,000, and one for Ingram Library Services in the amount of $145,000. The Clearwater Public Library System is part of the Pinellas Public Library Cooperative, and as part of the interlocal library agreement, we provide funding to the cooperative in order for the cooperative to purchase databases and e-book services. We're requesting approval for the Pinellas Public Library Cooperative in the amount of $190,000. This agenda item falls under the city's strategic plan of high-performing government and community well-being. Do you have any questions regarding the contracts?
This time, is there anyone from the public desiring to speak to agenda item 6.16? Hearing and seeing none, is there any council discussion? If there's none, is there a motion?
Move to approve agenda item 6.16.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Agenda item 6.17.
Approve a purchase order to DOF Creations of Tampa, Florida for the purchase of hardware, software, and maintenance in the amounts of $409,581.17 pursuant to Clearwater Code of Ordinances, Section 2.563, paren 1, paren C, piggyback, and authorize the appropriate officials to execute same. The numbers, you know.
Mayor, Council, Dan Mayer, IT Director. This is a renewal for our maintenance of our firewall. We did look at a multi-year contract, and we did get multiple solicitations, even though it is a piggyback. And we're able to save a few dollars off of budgeted allocations. So this is for a 3-year agreement.
Anyone here from the public desire to speak to agenda item 6.17? Hearing, saying none, is there any council discussion? If there's none, is there a motion?
Move to approve agenda item 6.17.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Agenda item 6.18.
Authorize a purchase order to EWT Holdings, 3, doing business as Ecovia Water Technologies LLC of Sarasota, Florida, for chemical tank and feed rental and bulk odor control chemical delivery in the not-to-exceed amount of $255,000 beginning on September 19, 2024 through July 19, 2025, pursuant to Clearwater Code of Ordinances, Section 2.563, paren 1, paren C, piggyback, and authorize the appropriate officials to execute same.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Rich Gardner, Director of Public Utilities. The item before you today is the award of a purchase order for odor and corrosion control chemicals used in the wastewater treatment to Evoqua Water Technologies. We use ferrous sulfite, or brand name Autophos, and hydrogen peroxide in a 2-step process to remove hydrogen sulfite from the wastewater. Hydrogen sulfite causes a rotten egg odor and contributes to corrosion of pipes and structures. We're piggybacking off a Manatee contract with Evoqua in the amount of $255,000 for the period of September 19th, 24 through July 19th, 25. I'm asking for you to authorize a purchase order, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
This time, is there anyone here from the public desiring to speak to agenda item 6.18? Hearing and seeing none, is there any council discussion? If there's none, is there a motion?
Motion to approve item 6.18.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Thank you. Agenda item 6.19.
Reappoint Robert Kenny to the Municipal Code Enforcement Board to a term through October 31st, 2027. Council members, Mr. Kenny has been serving on the Code Board and has completed a term and is willing to serve again.
This time, is there anyone from the public desiring to speak to agenda item 6.19? Hearing, seeing none, is there any council discussion? If there's none, is there a motion?
Motion to approve agenda item 6.19, reappointing Robert King to the Municipal Code Enforcement Board.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Agenda item 6.20.
Appoint Loretta Mitchell to the Library Board with an unexpired term through February 28, 2025. Council members, Mr. Andrew Laurentry was serving on the board and he has resigned, and Ms. Mitchell is the only applicant I have on file.
Is anyone here from the public desire to speak to agenda item 6.20? Hearing seen none, is there any council discussion? If there's none, is there a motion?
Move to approve agenda item 6.2.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? 6.20 is unanimous. Agenda item 6.21.
Reappoint Greg Brown to the Municipal Code Enforcement Board to a term through October 31, 2026. Council members, Mr. Brown was serving on the Code Board, and he is interested in serving again for another term.
Anyone here from the public desire to speak to agenda item 6.21? Hearing seen none, is there any council discussion? If there's none, is there a motion?
Move to approve agenda item 6.21.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Agenda item 6.22.
Appoint 2 individuals to the Municipal Code Enforcement Board to fill, 1 to fill the remainder of an unexpired term through November 1, 2026, and 1 to serve a full term October 31st, 2027. Council members, Mr. Peter Kohut was serving, and he was removed from the board for lack of attendance, and Carrie Fuller-Rainey unfortunately had to resign for personal reasons. And so in your packets, I have applications for Raymond Plum, who is a retired construction manager, Pam Ryan Anderson, who is a real estate broker, Howie Spinner, a business owner, and Dean Strickland, a retired attorney. So in this item, we will need 2 appointments.
Does anyone here from the public desire to speak to agenda item 6.22? Hearing seeing none, is there a council discussion on this item? Any suggestions?
I personally just received a couple of communications highly recommending Plum. It's the only name that was recommended by me at various sources. So just thinking of considering him as one of the appointees.
Okay.
I'll jump in, and I think that is a good one, being a construction manager. I also think somebody that's involved in real estate and having those 2 backgrounds and understandings are important when you're dealing with some of the topics that we do through municipal code enforcement and understanding our building processes and the permitting process. Time frames is important. So I guess Ryan Anderson would be that second one that I can throw out there.
You beat me to it. I know we were sitting here in a stalemate for a second, but that's what I was thinking too, with the real estate background as well. Probably help with that.
And I would support Ray Plum for one of them.
Anderson.
I'd support both.
So my
So do we have a
question,
motion for, I guess, we can
so
combine
my
the two or
question
separate,
is,
right?
so one is for an unexpired term. Who would you like in that unexpired term through November 1, 2026?
Plum.
Was it Mr. Plum that
Okay.
wanted to
The
renew?
other
or-
one's a full
And the
term?
other one is a full term, so it doesn't matter who is in what. I just need to, for the motion's
Unexpired
sake,
for
I need to
both.
clarify that.
Yeah.
Plum for the
Full
full
term.
term and Anderson
Plum
for the
full?
filling.
Okay.
Okay.
Good
So
with
then,
that.
That's the motion, and
it's your turn.
any further discussion? Is there a second? Yeah. So who made the motion?
I made the motion.
And the second?
Second.
Okay.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous.
It's getting late.
Let's try this again.
Agenda item 6.23.
Approve an agreement with Johnson and Stewart to provide lobbying services at the, I'm sorry.
6.2, that's 4. This is,
We got one more fun one.
this is Marine Advisory.
On the Marine Advisory Board.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
No problem.
Appoint an individual to the Marine Advisory Board with an unexpired term through March 31st, 2025. Council members, Mr. Wade Carlisle, as you may recall, had to resign due to health reasons. And so in your packets, I have applications for Don Petrella, who is an economist, Patricia Rodriguez, a business owner, Marvin Seipel, who is a professional merchant mariner, and Melissa Stamos, a real estate broker, for your consideration.
Well, so I had talked to Mr. Seipel about this position. He was interested in filling that. He's a longtime resident here in Clearwater, so I would suggest his name.
I would agree with that, seeing as how he's a merchant mariner and vessel master, so I mean, it seems like it fits.
Professional.
Key.
I am present if you have any questions.
Oh, perfect.
Well,
Even better.
actually, I should have asked for public comment.
Oh, sorry.
Does anyone here from the public like to speak to agenda item 6.23? Hearing none? Okay, now, do we have a motion?
Do you want to make it, or do you want me to? Move to appoint Marvin Seipel to the individual Marine Advisory Board for an unexpired term through March 31st, 2025.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Agenda item 6.24.
Approve an agreement with Johnson and Stewart to provide lobbying services at the state level from October 1, 2024 through September 30, 2028 at a cost of $5,000 per month, and authorize the appropriate officials to execute same.
Mayor, this item is one that we jointly worked on between the clerk, city attorney's office, and city manager's office. As the council is aware, we recently went through a competitive process for our lobbyists. As the council is aware, we have had the same lobbyists for nearly 30 years in the city. We got 4 very, very good responses this time around, which I was very excited about. The selection committee, which consisted of ACM Slaughter, myself, and Clerk Call, convened, and ultimately the committee's unanimous recommendation is for Johnston & Stewart. I note that Anita Berry is here with Johnston & Stewart. I'm sure she'd be happy to answer the questions. As the clerk said, this agreement will be for $5,000 a month if approved by council. It covers a 4-year term. It also includes 1 automatic renewal unless it is terminated by the city, which the city will have the option to do at that time in 2028. That said, I'm happy to answer any questions.
This time, is there any public comment on, or citizens from the public who'd like to comment on agenda item 6.24? Hearing seeing none, is there any council discussion?
I think this is a good pick. I think, we need somebody up that is very close to a lot of the representatives and senators up there, and this group will do that. I think I'm very happy with that, so glad they're on board.
Anybody else? Yeah, I want to echo what the Vice Mayor said. I've seen Johnson Stewart work in Tallahassee. They're very effective, and they work very well with our local delegation, and I think it's an excellent recommendation, and I'm glad to see that the committee recommended them. So with that, is there a motion?
Motion to approve agenda item 6.24.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Agenda item 6.25, and then we're going to take a 5-minute break.
Request for authority to pay judgment in the case of Maximus Giannakis versus City of Clearwater, case number 22-424-CL for $200,000.
Mayor, this item is from the city attorney's office. As we're aware, this is a pedestrian injury case involving a 15-year-old who unfortunately was crossing Gulf to Bay when he was struck by a vehicle. We did not drive the vehicle, for the record, but the case against the city involved the maintenance of the crosswalk, as we discussed through one-on-one meetings. The verdict in the case was large because of the magnitude of the plaintiff's injuries. However, the jury did find the plaintiff to be 55% at fault for his own injuries. The cap under Florida sovereign immunity law is $200,000, and so that is the limit of the city's exposure. Based on the final judgment that's attached, we do need to pay $200,000 to the plaintiff. That said, I'm available to answer any questions.
Anyone here from, is this a public comment one?
I mean, anything that is,
I guess it's action.
yeah, I mean, anything that's,
Anyone here from the public desire to speak to agenda item 6.25? Hearing seeing none, is there any council discussion? If there's none, is there a motion?
Motion to approve agenda item 6.25.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. This time we'll recess for 5 minutes. I'll call the meeting back to order, and we'll move to item 7.1 on the agenda.
Mayor, item 7.1 begins our second readings. Second reading for annexation ordinance number 9785-24, an ordinance of the City of Clearwater, Florida, annexing certain real property located on the south side of Pleasant Parkway, approximately 330 feet south of Belchier Drive, whose post office address is 2135 Pleasant Parkway, Clearwater, Florida, 33764, into the corporate limits of the city, and redefining the boundary lines of the city to include said addition, providing an effective date.
This time, is there anyone here from the public desiring to speak to agenda item 7.1? If there's none, is there any council discussion?
Okay, just,
Do we need a reading, another reading, or is that?
No, I
you
just-
did
I read it.
You do, just already did. Okay, at this time, is there a motion?
Move to approve agenda item 7.1.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Agenda item 7.2.
Next up is ordinance number 9786-24, an ordinance of the City of Clearwater, Florida, amending the future land use element of the comprehensive plan of the city to designate the land use for certain real property located on the south side of Pleasant Parkway, approximately 330 feet south of Belchier Drive, whose post office address is 2135 Pleasant Parkway, Clearwater, Florida, 33764, upon annexation into the City of Clearwater as residential low RL, providing an effective date.
Anyone here from the public desiring to speak to agenda item 7.2? Hearing, seeing none, is there any council discussion? If not, is there a motion?
Move to approve agenda item 7.2.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Agenda item 7.3.
Next up, we have ordinance number 9787-24, an ordinance of the City of Clearwater, Florida, amending the zoning atlas of the city by zoning certain real property located on the south side of Pleasant Parkway, approximately 330 feet south of Belchier Drive, whose post office address is 2135 Pleasant Parkway, Clearwater, Florida, 33764, upon annexation into the City of Clearwater as low-medium density residential, LMDR, providing an effective date.
Is there anyone here from the public desiring to speak to agenda item 7.3? Hearing, seeing none, is there any council discussion? If there's none, is there a motion?
Motion to approve agenda item 7.3.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Agenda item 7.4.
We have ordinance number 9774-24 on second reading, ordinance of the City of Clearwater, Florida, amending Code of Ordinances, Appendix A, Schedule of Fees, Rates, and Charges, Article 24, Public Works, Fees, Rates, and Charges, amending Section 3E, Stormwater Utility Rates, amending Section 32.244 to allow for billing a property owner for the services of stormwater management, irrespective of the use of other utility services of the property, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date.
Is there anyone here from the public desiring to speak to agenda item 7.4? Hearing, seeing none, is there any council discussion? If there's none, is there a motion?
Motion to approve agenda item 7.4.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Agenda item 7.5.
Next up is ordinance number 9776-24, an ordinance of the City of Clearwater, Florida, annexing certain real property located on the east side of El Trinidad Drive East, approximately 400 feet north of State Road 590, whose post office address is 1721 El Trinidad Drive East, Clearwater, Florida, 33759, into the corporate limits of the city, and redefining the boundary lines of the city to include said addition, providing an effective date.
Is there anyone here from the public desire to speak to agenda item 7.5? Hearing, seeing none, is there any council discussion? If there's not any, is there a motion?
I move to approve agenda item 7.5.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Agenda item 7.6.
Just make sure this is lines up correctly.
7.6.
77, yeah, okay. Ordinance number 9777-24, an ordinance of the City of Clearwater, Florida, amending the future land use element of the comprehensive plan of the city to designate the land use for certain real property located on the east side of El Trinidad Drive East, approximately 400 feet north of State Road 590, whose post office address is 1721 El Trinidad Drive East, Clearwater, Florida 33759, upon annexation into the City of Clearwater as residential low RL, providing an effective date.
Anyone here from the public desire to speak to agenda item 7.6? Hearing seeing none, is there any council discussion? If there's none, is there a motion?
Move to approve agenda item 7.6.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Agenda item 7.7.
We have ordinance number 9778-24, an ordinance of the City of Clearwater, Florida, amending the zoning atlas of the city by zoning certain real property located on the east side of El Trinidad Drive East, approximately 400 feet north of State Road 590, whose post office address is 1721 El Trinidad Drive East, Clearwater, Florida 33759, upon annexation into the City of Clearwater as low-medium density residential LMDR, providing an effective date.
Anyone here from the public desire to speak to agenda item 7.7? Hearing seeing none, is there any council discussion? If there's none, is there a motion?
Make a motion to approve agenda item 7.7.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Agenda item 7.8.
We have ordinance number 9779-24, an ordinance of the City of Clearwater, Florida, annexing certain real property located on the east side of Douglas Avenue, approximately 180 feet south of Vista Way, whose post office address is 1827 Douglas Avenue, Clearwater, Florida 33755, together with certain abutting right-of-way of Douglas Avenue into the corporate limits of the city and redefining the boundary lines of the city to include said addition, providing an effective date.
Anyone here from the public desire to speak to agenda item 7.8?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members, Ms. Poirier, Mr. Margolis. My name is Rudy Michaelek of Clearwater Beach. I am asking that you reject this annexation for the following reasons. At the last meetings, you heard from neighbors and the neighborhood their reasons. I add the following. 1, the property owner knew the rules and regulations tied to this county property when he bought it. He knew what he was buying, and he knew what he could build. Now the owner comes to the city because he doesn't like those rules. He wants other rules under which to live. I would note that in the attached documents to this, there was no cost benefit analysis done by the city to say, what is the value of bringing this in? And therefore, there is no valuation statement as to how this decision would affect the city. There is also no requirement for you to annex this property into the city. While past council members, including at the last meeting, have made the comment that an owner should be able to do whatever they want with their property, which is true, it also should carry the caveat that says, within the governing rules and regulations. Again, I would stress, this person knew exactly what they were buying, they knew what those rules and regulations were, and now they've decided they don't like that because they want to do something that is different from the neighborhood and the surroundings that are there. I would also say that the city, this council, should not put their thumb on the scale of justice in making this property different than the entire neighborhood it is in. So I would simply ask that you do not pass this annexation. I would ask that you let the property owner sustain his development as an owner the way he wants under the county rules and regulations. I think that's only fair, that's only reasonable. I thank you for your time.
Anyone else from the public desire to speak to agenda item 7.8? Hearing seeing none, is there any council discussion? Councilmember Cotton?
So when we last spoke about this issue, I want to believe that Ms. Clayton gave pretty good direction that we weren't increasing anything in comparison to the county, that it was actually going to be staying to the 7.5 units, I believe, and it wasn't going to be increased anymore, so it won't be changing the neighborhood. It's not like a small, medium high-rise is going in there. It'll still be a residential type of multiple single-family homes is what I kind of remember, if that's correct. So, again, if, Mr. Mike, like you said, there's no requirement for us to take them, but if somebody's asking to come into our city, I don't see a problem with that. They are essentially following the rules, and I don't think that the project is what people may understand it to be. We've also spoke to some residential owners, it's to my understanding, so I have no problem moving forward with this.
Councilmember Menino?
Yeah, this one was interesting when we had this discussion, because it seemed like we just never could get on the same page of communication of what legally could be done and could not be done. So I went out that next morning and I did visit the neighborhood, and so many of what you said is 100% correct in the sense of it's a different feeling than the rest of Clearwater. It is an old town feeling when you get there. You're 100% correct. They are narrow roadways, one car maybe slide over to let the next one through, but there are a couple things to say that it's different than the entire neighborhood. I don't entirely believe in that, because there are, I noticed two look like brand new construction homes, single family homes, smaller, built, existing, that is currently there, probably don't fit the character of your neighborhood, but that's the way the builder chose to do it. And again, we were given as certainty as we could from our building and planning director that they are not building multiple family homes on that lot and that they cannot. Am I correct in that understanding?
Based on the allowable density, 6 units is what they can build, and they intend to build 6 single-family homes.
Which that actually lowers the threshold of what they could do if they stayed under the county?
No, the density doesn't change.
Stayed the same.
6 units is what's allowed in the county now, 6 units allowed here in the city.
Gotcha. So, while I know if they build, single-family homes, residential, it probably isn't going to fit the character of the existing, but they do have that right as a property owner. They're not, I would definitely not support multifamily condos. It would definitely not fit, and traffic would be a problem. But as far as single-family, 2 were just erected there to have a couple other on those lots existing that they can. It's kind of an eyesore as it is. It's completely overgrown. You can't even see the fence anymore. Weeds and things are falling over it. I would be afraid of what's back there, from rodents to pests to everything else. It probably needs to be cleaned up at some point anyways, but at the end of the day, I think it'll probably enhance your property values, and we have that certainty that it's not going to be multifamily homes.
Any further council discussion? If not, is there a motion?
Yes, there's a motion to approve agenda item 7.8.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Agenda item 7.9.
Ordinance number 9780-24, an ordinance of the City of Clearwater, Florida, amending the future land use element of the comprehensive plan of the city to designate the land use for certain real property located on the east side of Douglas Avenue, approximately 180 feet south of Vista Way, whose post office address is 1827 Douglas Avenue, Clearwater, Florida, 33755, upon annexation into the City of Clearwater as residential urban RU, providing an effective date.
Is anyone here from the public desiring to speak to agenda item 7.9? Hearing and seeing none, is there any council discussion? If there's none, is there a motion?
Motion to approve agenda item 7.9.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Agenda item 7.10.
Ordinance number 9781-24, an ordinance of the City of Clearwater, Florida, amending the zoning atlas of the city by zoning certain real property located on the east side of Douglas Avenue, approximately 180 feet south of Vista Way, whose post office address is 1827 Douglas Avenue, Clearwater, Florida, 33755, upon annexation into the City of Clearwater as medium-density residential MDR, providing an effective date.
Does anyone here from the public desire to speak to agenda item 7.10?
Hi, my name is Crystal, and I've been a resident on Sylvan Drive my whole life. I think the scary part is for us is the MDR, because you can put multifamily unit homes on those properties according to reading online, and that is, we don't mind single family homes. That's what we want. We want a neighborhood. We want kids, but having complexes, townhomes, just kind of make it a different feel. And as you said, it is small. If we had multifamilies moving in on Sylvan, it would just make it more congested. Also the ditches, we need to make sure we have, with the storm, we fared well. You take away our ditches, we're gonna have a major issue there with flooding. So there's a couple things that we're just scared of, you know? And that's our only issue, is we just want it to stay single-family homes.
Thank you. Does anyone else here from the public desire to speak to this agenda item?
Hello, glad to see you all and able to talk to you because we don't like what's going on around our area there. You can take your Douglas and do what you want to with Douglas and have the entranceway there, but our road is too small. You can't have, oh, I can't take that thing. I'm sorry. I'll move over here so I don't touch it.
You're fine.
I gotta think where I was started there. See, we've had that, I've had two houses there, three of them, really. One was my parents, and it was repossessed because my brother took a loan on it and lied and took all the money out of the house. Anyways, that happened there. I would have three houses. And I love it because we do have that lot that Mrs. Lindsay, that worked at the library here, she planted those plants. She put in spatial flowers and plants and that. It's like an arboretum. And I can't see tearing it up and making it multifamily. And the reason we say multifamily, because that MPR, you can change it. They can change it and say, we're gonna put townhouses here. And it's like when you get a loan, you say, I'm gonna do it for this. You don't have to do it for that. You can say you do it. So that's the same thing there. They could switch it and make it multifamily. And we've got a neighborhood that's peaceful and happy. And that's the way I want it. We don't need a bunch of people coming in that overcrowd the area. And thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone else here from the public desire to speak to this agenda item? Hearing none, is there any council discussion? Okay.
Again, I'd just like to reiterate the fact that, as our director has pointed out, it is going to be just single-family homes going in that area. It's not to my understanding that there's any multifamily townhomes or multiple-story facilities that'll be built there. I would assume that code would have to be changed and a whole process would have to be gone through. If you'd like to speak to that, Ms. Clayton, just to give them some more reassurances. I appreciate you for doing that, and I understand your concern. I do. I get it.
I do want to clarify, the code would allow attached dwellings on a lot that's 10,000 square feet. So I think that's the concern that they have, that the developer won't build the 6 homes. So they would have to go through a process, a staff level process to propose attached dwellings. But the intention, and again, doesn't mean it's going to happen, is that the person who's buying it intends to go back to the original lot size and put 6 single-family homes on it.
Yeah. And I think that developer was even in here and conveyed their intentions of only
They
single
did. They've been
family.
in our office, but they haven't formally submitted yet.
Okay, yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, Crystal, I thank you guys again for being in here, and we definitely hear your voice and your concerns. I'm not in support of putting multifamily homes in there. I, again, have seen it and put my eyes on it, and it wouldn't fit, and there's not much room, and that would be crowded, and I hope that the reassurance that you're getting from our director and from staff, that they're not, I hope it stays that certain way for you. If they do have a process that they need to go through, if they wanted to change that, I don't know if we would see that or get an opportunity, but I wouldn't be supportive of it, and I can give you my word on that. But I do appreciate you coming in. I hope that it's enough reassurance from the director of our building and planning that would see and approve anything and everything, so nothing's going to get past her to begin with. So you've got the contact with the correct person.
And I'll just weigh in. I understand exactly what you're saying. I've owned homes in neighborhoods where I've had empty lots, and it's always, you enjoy that quietness right next door in that space. And then when somebody decides to do whatever on it, it's a change to your neighborhood. That said, it's been zoned for housing, and the neighborhood's known that for a while. And we have a housing crisis in this, in not just Clearwater, but the county as a whole. We just simply do not have enough affordable housing at all for people to live. So, there's always some risk, as Ms. Clayton was talking about, that they could maybe do a little bit more than what they say they're intending to do. But we're in desperate need of housing, and these folks appear to be proposing something was within the county codes, if they had stayed within the county. So we understand your concerns. We're just trying to balance your neighborhood concerns with the concerns of the community, and then we also have to consider the property owners' rights too. And it doesn't appear to us, at least, from what the folks were here last time, what we explained, they're doing that much different from what they could have done if they had not been asked to annex in. So, but I appreciate you coming out and sharing your thoughts. Those are very important to us, and we all enjoyed hearing from you. And we understand your concerns. We've all been in that neighborhood.
Take that property and make a park out of it, because we don't have a park. All these other places get parks.
Yeah.
We don't have a place for a park in our neighborhood.
Thank you, sir, and appreciate you coming out tonight. We did hear your concerns and understand that. And with that, is there any further council discussion? Okay, if not, is there a motion?
Move to approve agenda item 7.10.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Agenda item 7.11.
We have ordinance number 9782-24, an ordinance of the City of Clearwater, Florida, annexing certain unaddressed real property located on the west side of Sylvan Drive, approximately 270 feet south of Vista Way in Clearwater, Florida, 33755, into the corporate limits of the city, and redefining the boundary lines of the city to include said addition, providing an effective date.
Is anyone here from the public desire to speak to agenda item 7.11?
Mayor, council members, staff, I will speak again specific to this item and then annexation. If you look at this roadway, and Councilmember Menino says he was there, you will note that this roadway is barely something better than a gravel roadway. This is really county property. This piece of property is completely surrounded by the county, whereas the other property, I think, across the street was probably city. That's not the case here. It's the same owner, It's the same person who says they're gonna follow the rules, that there, but I would ask, postpone this one. Don't approve it now, postpone it, and let's see what he does on the other property first. And why do I say that? Well, today there was a meeting with the CDB in which the owner of 2 hotels down on Clearwater Beach was there moving room units from other places to add to the capacity of the Holiday Inn and the hotel next to them. That wasn't the plan when they built a few years ago. That wasn't the plan. In fact, when Ms. Clayton went and looked at the property to see if the number of rooms they were authorized were really there, suddenly, magically, a month later, they have these other rooms that they can now utilize. It was the same reason we came in front of the city council with regards to 850 Bayway, where there was supposed to be a 60-room building. They wanted to put on lockout doors, which effectively could have given them 80 rooms, not 60. The point is that developers always find a way to get around the rules. No matter how we try to correct them, no matter how we try to work with them. And they do that to the planning department too, where suddenly they find extra capacity they can put on the same square footage of ground, which they're doing with these 2 hotels, which I'm sure will be back in front of you once they build 850 Bayway. About 4 years later, we'll be back here saying, now they want to go to 80 rooms instead of the 60 rooms that are there in that same part of the property. So again, I ask you, this is the same owner. Let's see what he does on his other property, and then come back and make a decision on this property. Again, it's completely encircled by county. It's not adjacent to the city. So I ask that you reconsider that, because I see what developers are doing. You know, we're talking about the beach right now, which quite frankly is overbuilt. And we just keep jamming more hotel rooms over there. And we hope that our sewage treatment plants and all our other utilities are going to somehow effectively manage that. Thank you.
Anyone else here from the public desire to speak to agenda item 7.11? Hearing and seeing none, is there any council discussion?
So I'll just make a comment again real quick, Mr. Mike, like I understand, but as Gina has even pointed out, I don't think that multifamily levels are going in there because the lot size and the zoning don't allow it. You could have an ADU because of the lot size, but that's still not something, to my knowledge, that you could build up. It would have to be detached on the same parcel. So I still see no problem with moving forward with what they want.
Any other council discussion? Hearing, seeing none, is there a motion?
Make a motion to approve agenda item 7.11.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Agenda item 7.12.
Ordinance number 9783-24, an ordinance of the City of Clearwater, Florida, amending the future land use element of the comprehensive plan of the city to designate the land use for certain unaddressed real property located on the west side of Sylvan Drive, approximately 270 feet south of Vista Way in Clearwater, Florida, 33755, upon annexation into the City of Clearwater as residential urban RU, providing an effective date.
Does anyone here from the public desire to speak to agenda item 7.12? Hearing, seeing none, is there any council discussion? If there's none, is there a motion?
Motion to approve agenda item 7.12.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Agenda item 7.13.
Ordinance number 9784-24, an ordinance of the City of Clearwater, Florida, amending the zoning atlas of the city by zoning certain real property located on the west side of Sylvan Drive, approximately 270 feet south of Vista Way in Clearwater, Florida, 33755, upon annexation into the City of Clearwater as medium-density residential, MDR, providing an effective date.
Anyone here from the public desire to speak to agenda item 7.13? Hearing and seeing none, is there any council discussion? If there's none, is there a motion?
I move to approve agenda item 7.13.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Agenda item 7.14.
Ordinance number 9795-24, an ordinance of the City of Clearwater, Florida, amending the operating budget for fiscal year ending September 30, 2024, to reflect increases and decreases in revenues and expenditures for the general fund, stormwater fund, solid waste fund, recycling fund, general services fund, garage fund, central insurance fund, special development fund, and special program fund as provided herein, providing an effective date.
Is anyone here from the public desire to speak to agenda item 7.14? Hearing and seeing none, is there any council discussion? If there's none, is there a motion?
Move to approve agenda item 7.14.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Agenda item 7.15.
Ordinance number 9795-24, an ordinance of the City of Clearwater, Florida, amending the operating budget for the fiscal year ending September 30, 2024, to reflect increases and decreases in revenues and expenditures for the general fund, stormwater fund, solid waste and recycling fund, general services fund, garage fund, central insurance fund, special development fund, and special program fund as provided herein, providing an effective date.
Is there anyone here from the public desiring to speak to agenda item 7.15? Hearing and seeing none, is there any council discussion? Hearing and seeing none, is there a motion?
Motion to approve agenda item 7.15.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Agenda item 8.1, North Beach update. Which, I looked at this agenda earlier today, and I think maybe we need an entire beach update. But definitely, North Beach was the hardest hit, for sure. So.
Excuse me, Mayor, council members. So definitely our worst case scenario out there, once it starts overtopping the seawalls, then not a lot the system can do until you get into the recovery phase. The other problem is you just start dumping all that debris and sand out onto the road plus into the pipes. So immediately following, we got out there quickly to try to get the roads, knowing that it would get congested in relatively short order, and it tried to clear a bunch of the debris off in anticipation of the residents needing to get some of their stuff out there. We did end up putting new pumps out there. The other ones that were out there did get fully inundated, even though we had them elevated a little bit. So we had 4 additional ones that we knew were scheduled to be delivered that Friday after the storm. So we held those that we knew that we'd be able to get those out there, and we had another rental contract on standby so we could push those right out. So I know we got some rain today, and some of it's filling up just a little bit out there. We're working to get those pumps, so part of the process, you gotta set the floats and you gotta get all that on automation. So we gotta get the pipes completely cleared out. They're saying it's, upwards of probably 3 weeks to get all the debris out there at the beach. The south side was actually hit a lot harder. Those pipes are pretty packed with sand because there was so much sand in those that we did kind of shift some of the crews down there to go after the south side. From what we're seeing, we'll have to shift some back up to get after this because there's a little bit of flooding out there through today. So we'll get back in, we'll try to get those pipes cleaned in relatively short order. It's very congested out there, so that is part of the headache, is there's just not a lot of move space as you're out there, especially trying to clear debris. I think one of the pieces is we look at the ordinances and hopefully more people can build up. Again, that's the best thing that could happen. The more that we can get the homes to elevate, we can then elevate our roads, we can elevate our systems. Understand that's gonna be a longer term solution, but that's part of the goal for now. But hearts are out to the folks that are out there. I think a lot of people lost a lot, and we'll just keep getting back out there and get after the system. So, anyway, if there's any questions.
Questions? Yeah, tough. Obviously, as you said, the debris out there is incredible, and the streets are narrow to begin with, so it really challenging, I'm sure, for your team. And most residents out there understand that, although, as time passes and it's just gonna take a while to get all the debris out. I'm sure there's gonna be some folks frustrated after a period of time, so they love you and the work your team have done out there to do what you did pre-Helene and since. We'll just continue to let those folks out there know we care deeply about them and the property, and we're working as hard as we can to communicate to them that we're doing the best we can, but it's a lot of work and it's difficult work now with the challenges. So thank you for your work. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Marcus.
Yep.
Okay, with that, we'll move to number 9, city
Council
attorney reports.
Mayor?
Oh, excuse me.
Can we go back to item 7.15? I need to reread the ordinance. The wrong ordinance was attached to the
Yeah.
agenda item.
Okay.
So ordinance number 9796-24, an ordinance of the City of Clearwater, Florida, amending the capital improvement budget for the fiscal year ending September 30, 2024, to reflect an increase of $43,459,106, providing an effective date.
Okay. Now that we've read it, is there any further discussion? Right. If not, is there another motion?
Make a motion to approve agenda item 7.15.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Okay. We'll move to item 9, city attorney.
Nothing right now, Mayor.
Okay. Okay, then we'll move to item 10.1 and 10.2, the evaluation and performance of the performance and salary of the city manager and the annual evaluation performance and salary of the city attorney. So what I'm proposing to do, if there's no objection, is that we'll discuss the performance of the city manager, then we'll discuss the performance of the city attorney, and we'll come back and discuss the performance and the salary or the compensation of the city manager, and then we'll come back and discuss the performance of the city attorney. So if there's no objection to proceeding that way.
I'm good with that.
Okay. All right, we'll go to item 10.1 then, and first discuss the performance of the city manager. And I'll go first, and then I'm going to go vice chair, so on and so forth. I just want to say up front that, we've suffered a significant event, obviously. We congratulate our team on their efforts so far, but, and we will turn this city around, we will rebound. But this is not the moment for us to be divided in any way as a team. It's a time for unity, and so each of the 5 of us can decide, how we want to approach both of these evaluations. But for me, it's not a time for me to be critical of either the city attorney or the city manager in any way. We have weekly conversations with each, and we certainly give, and they give us challenging feedback with each of those meetings. And that's the time and the place for this. I'm really, as I've said in prior meetings, uncomfortable with the public dialogue on this topic at all. It's not healthy for any organization. It's certainly not healthy for a leadership team. Both these positions are critical to the success of our city. And just as I wouldn't criticize or evaluate one of my fellow council members up here, certainly the public does that for all 5 of us and each of them. It's just not something I want to get into the details. So I wanted to say that first, and I want to say kind of how I look at the evaluation as I go forward. This is my first time, 2 of us, our first time going through. But for each of them, certainly everywhere I've been over my 34 years of professional career, every position I've been, there are certainly things that my supervisor, my employer, my law partners in some cases, have pointed out to me that I could have done better, I could do better, and we all have room for improvement. And each of them have ways that they would probably tell us that they have ways that they can improve. But I don't think this is the appropriate forum to discuss that. We work with them each week to do that. So personally for me, and again, the four of you are up to do whatever you want to do, but for me, this is not the time and place. And with what has happened in this city this past week, this is definitely not the moment for us to do anything except come out of here as a united team. So for that, I just want to talk generally about both of them and about how I view the position in general and the success of their position. For the city manager, I look at her performance as far as the success of the city. Is the city operating well and efficiently? And although there are things that have happened in the last year that she's not happy about, and she doesn't want to happen again, and we don't want to happen again, some news stories, so on and so forth, I can tell you, just like I said earlier at the beginning of this meeting, overall, our city operates at a very, very high level, very high level. And I can't give our current city manager all the credit for that, because we've had a number of previous city managers who have built the team, put the people in place that make it run as effective as it is. Could this city operate more effectively? Yes, every city could. But this last week was a shining example of the number of great people we have on our team, the leadership we have in all of our departments, and how we operate. And that, for me, is what is my how I gauge whether or not the city manager succeeded or not. And I can tell you that although there are some things that news stories that we saw and have been pointed out by folks that come to the meetings, those are things none of us want to happen. Those are things that the city manager does not want to happen. Those are things that the city manager is dedicated to not letting happen again, and will make changes to make sure they don't happen again. But when you look at the body of work, you look at how our city performs, you look at the compliments I get, the council members get on the performance of the city, we have a high-performing city. Can we get better? Yes. And I think we want as a team to get there, but that's how I gauge her work so far. I could not be more proud of the dedication and work that our team has done. Earlier, the city manager, assistant city manager have done in leading our team and all our staff through this past work. You really see the quality of the work with the performance in super tough times like we saw this last week. So for me, that's what I say. I see the city manager is performing well in her position because the city is performing well. And that's my evaluation of her. So with that, I'll go to Vice Chair Albright.
Yeah, so Mayor, I used the city manager performance evaluation form that we were asked to use, and went through and, you know, they asked questions throughout here on different characteristics, professional skills, relations. You know, and I'm one, I've said this before, that I never really like to give a 100% on anybody. I don't do it on myself because I think everybody can improve. But as I'm filling this out, I'm going, why am I giving the city manager such high scores? Because she does a great job. City manager, to me, over the comments, has shown a real leadership this year as she's tackled issues head-on with speed and transparency and alignment among team members and council. She's always available and listens when we have issues and citizen concerns, and is quick to act. She always, I can say of previous city managers, she is there all the time for help for me with questions, answering, doing whatever she can to help. And that means a lot to me. I know she does it to all the rest of you too, because I know we all have meetings every week. So I didn't see any, you know, what she does with guiding the city, as the mayor said, you know, you're not going to be perfect on everything, but she is really good at running the city and tackling these problems head-on. You know, what competencies did I consider while evaluating? Well, number one was guiding her decision-making in line with her strategic plan. And I think she does that very well. She's a good communicator and listener. And she waits until she has, could you sit down, sir, and don't make a comment?
Yeah.
It's
Mr.
not your
Levitt.
turn.
Mr. Levitt, look,
Every word you say,
you'll have an opportunity to speak while
He
others
addressed
speak.
me. I was
If-
standing
look,
here quietly.
If you can't, you
if he
made,
addresses me, I get to speak
you
back.
made a noise, okay? I'm the chair, I can ask you, hold your comments.
stand here.
Hold your comments until we
I
have
can
public
stand
comment.
right here. This is the line, right, Mr.
No,
Smith?
no making noise, laughing, interrupting.
Sometimes I can't help it.
Well, then you need to leave the room, and we'll invite you back in when it's time for public comment. You either control
There is no
yourself.
public comment.
No, not yet. We're speaking. Go ahead.
Okay, well, I just want to say I agree, this is a time, we just went through a major catastrophe in Clearwater. Everybody acted at the best of their potential and put in long hours, and I thought that, you know, that doesn't happen if you don't have good leadership at the top. So I'll leave it at that and
Thank you.
go on.
So, Councilmember Tuccier.
So, you know, what you were saying, Mayor Rector, really resonated with me, the discomfort about this process. It goes against my professional experience as a business owner or as a nurse or whatever, to have a public evaluation process. I know how uncomfortable it was last year when I did it for the first time. But I think this is, what we're doing is the results of a lot of citizen requests for transparency. And so that's why this form was put in place. And so I think that's why it is what it is. However, I agree with you that a lot of the conversations I had every week were very fluid with her, and so there's no shock at all. And I've expressed everything that I had to and all that. So I will, I will give the form. But for tonight, I do want to make 2 points. If we're going to be objective, looking at the strategic plan and looking at all the accomplishments, there's a citywide annual work plan portal. And when you look at all the projects, 90% are on time or completed. That's an objective measure tool to measure effectiveness. But I want to just keep it simple tonight, and I want to say, City Manager's Poirier's greatest strength is how she conducts herself in line of adversity. I've seen it over and over again. From the library when it flooded and we had to there was so many challenges around rescheduling our council meetings, to what just happened. Your level of professionalism and effectiveness never wavers, no matter what adversity you're facing. And that, to me, makes you priceless. That's it.
Councilmember Cotton.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll just say exactly what I said when we first started discussing the form, and that is there should be no shock to either the city manager or city attorney when we start talking about this review. So I don't mind, it doesn't make me very uncomfortable, but I'm also a government worker who has reviews, maybe not in front of people, but I've been used to them for at least the past 15 years. What I'm not used to is the process, because I am new. So I will keep it short and sweet. I do agree that I think that the city has got a good direction going forward. I'll just point out, I've submitted my questions and my review to both the city manager, city attorney, and the city clerk. So anybody that wants to see that can review the comments. I'm not going to read it to save you guys time. But the competencies I used, just a few of them for the city manager, was objectivity, transparency, support, recognition, collaboration, team building, optimism, and vision. I think that you're doing a great job with that, especially in the will of the strategic plan and where you're steering this and your team. And I look forward to building that relationship going forward. I know that me and my new colleagues have only been here 6 months, and there's probably still a lot to learn between our personalities and how we can make this city bright and beautiful, to throw that in, and I'm looking forward to it. So,
Councilmember Molina.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, first, regarding the process of evaluations, I commend my colleagues for finally getting to a place as a council and formalizing this process, and for also including the important ingredients of standardization like we've done with this form, and not doing away with SMART goals and measurable performance goals. I think that's important. As Mr. Johnson has said numerous times to us all, release the balloons and shoot off the streamers, because it took a while, and I commend all of you for getting to this place. While we acknowledge, and we're all acknowledging it, the evaluation process can often be uncomfortable for both sides. I'm in the camp that I believe it is essential in increasing efficient communication. I think it has the ability to lead to more effective decision-making throughout our entire organization, and not just us as council, our leadership team, and staff. I will do the same thing. Well, actually, I do ask colleagues as well, is that we keep an open mind as this evaluation process. It should truly be fluid. It should be refined at some point yearly, not a huge undertaking, but just, touched on and refined a bit. And I think we still have some room for growth that will make us more efficient and more effective. Overall, I too filled out the forms. I'm not going to go through it for the sake of time. But I do not want your job. I respect the many hats and responsibilities that you have. I appreciate the fact that you approach each day with a smile and a great amount of enthusiasm. You tackle every challenge with optimism and tireless work ethic. And if this week wasn't a shining example of that, you probably slept the last week. You could probably count the hours on your two hands, and that's admirable.
Please, this is unnecessary. There are two people here from the public. If you can't kind of keep your laughter down, whatever, please go to the back. It's where at least can't hear it.
I don't have to go to the back.
None of us are in the
I
mood.
have to sit down, and I don't appreciate Mr. Albritton
Look,
saying
you're
that.
going to get a chance if you can just control yourself.
I'm in perfect
No, you're
control.
not.
It's Mr.
If you can't
Albritton.
control yourself, step out. I'll have them come get you when it's time.
Nope. I'm not doing anything wrong.
Well, Jen, shut up,
May I continue, please?
okay?
Take that
And let
advice,
people
Mr.
talk. If you can't do that, leave.
I'm standing there till one of you speaks to me.
Well, then shut up. Do you want to stay or not? Go ahead.
Thank you. I'm going to start over.
no.
We should do the whole thing. Your passion for the city of Clearwater, your staff, the citizens in our community, I think it's evidenced daily. You truly set a high bar of expectations and organizational accountability. I appreciate your direct, open, and accessible communication. I think every one of us has mentioned that. And your ability to problem solve makes Clearwater a brighter community. You are effectively navigating an extensive city manager learning curve, and you're doing it profoundly well and very well. I look forward to your addition of important team members to your staff. I'm hopeful we'll continue to prioritize the filling of our organizational skill gaps, which I know you are not only cognizant of, but you are determined to fill those. I think that's going to make our organization and team even stronger. And since I've been here in March, I've truly appreciated working with you. Not agreeing in everything, as we often do, but it's how you navigate and communicate disagreements with people. And I acknowledge that you're very good at that, so thank you.
Okay, at this time, is there anyone here from the public who would like to comment on agenda item 10.1?
I'm Mr. Haluba, and obviously, I do not agree with your assessment. Ms. Poirier was the last and only choice that the previous city council did. Ms. Texera fired the previous city manager. Previous city manager was fired because he was the bearer of bad news. And Ms. Texera, among others, couldn't handle it. Didn't agree with what he said, that the problems in this city go clear back to, previous city management. She was chosen not by a national search, but by a, circumvention of the city charter. All that is wrong. It's wrong. She does not deserve that position. I appreciate, Mr. Menino, that you said, she's navigating the learning curve, but there's a lot of learning to do. She's not going to make it. She's not going to learn it all. She doesn't even get up here and speak at the podium for city manager, comments. She just isn't making it from a lot of people's perspective. She has Mr. Williamson come up here and speak on her behalf because I don't think that she would do a very good job at it. Obviously, we've got an assistant city manager in Mr. Slaughter who has, clearly mismanaged the police department. Now he's assistant city manager. What does that say? He can't do his job either. So how is he going to help somebody that don't know what they're doing do their job? It's not very likely. So you all can sit there and say how wonderful she is. From my perspective, it's nothing more than covering your butt. What are you going to say? She shouldn't have been, put in that position? No, that would make you all look bad and admit that you made a mistake. We still haven't heard Slaughter make a mistake that he didn't fire Byron Lou Hatcher when I complained about him over 2 years ago. Bad management. I need some sand. I've already got it set up with Mr. Williamson. The only question is, will somebody bring it in a dump truck?
Is anyone else here from the public desire to speak to agenda item 10.1?
If you would just add this point onto my, thank you. Again, Rudy Michaelek to everyone. I'm an outside observer. I'm involved in a number of organizations and associations. We ask a lot of questions. We send a lot of information into the different council members, to the city manager and others. And I would just have to say, with regards to an evaluation of an individual's performance, from the day she stepped in to this role, she was besieged by difficult issues. I guess that's the best way to put it. And she never stuttered a step. She never shied away from it. She attacked head-on to get things done that needed to be done. She set up the dashboards so that the community would understand what was being accomplished. Issues that had been longstanding, and I'll refer to them as simple, sidewalks, tree issues, were quickly resolved and moved forward. We've had a number of major infrastructure programs, major issues in front of this council: Drew Street, Fort Harrison, the Marina, City Hall, so forth. Everything that I see she has tackled, she has had staff tackle. Does she need to be at the podium presenting those issues when she's got outstanding people working for her? No, one of the signs of a good leader is that She invests in their ability to also present and discuss so that you know that every single topic is being covered and has multiple layers of review so that people can all get the job done. One person doesn't have to be everything to everybody at every time. Those things, I think, speak for themselves. She's come before associations to speak. She's come before groups to speak. She came before the Clearwater Neighborhood Coalition, where we grilled her a little bit, to speak. But in every case, she has been there transparent. She's been there as a working partner to everything that goes on. I am saddened that people do personal attacks against any of you. I wish you would have voted a little different tonight, but each of us have a job to do. And I just have to say with the highest regards, because I've run major companies in the $1 billion in my career in healthcare. And what I see being done here is extraordinary, especially when you consider the weekend that we had. I mean, that's kind of the top, if you would. But there's a lot of things still that has to be accomplished. The wastewater treatment plant. Well, I guess that's a terrible place to end.
Anyone else here from the public desire to speak to agenda item 10.1? Okay. And then we'll move to the first part of 10.2, that's the evaluation of performance of the city attorney. So on that, I have personal experience, having practiced myself for 34 years, so similar to the city manager, I have a professional background that allows me to really review him as how he operates his law office or firm. He has a number of attorneys in his firm, how efficiently they get the work out, they handle the work, they divide the work, how timely they are in responses when we have questions and counsel needs assistance, and how clearly he communicates with his clients, which is the 5 of us, on issues. And I'm very impressed with the way that office runs and operates. It operates at a high level, and that's usually lawyers pretty critical on one another. But certainly your office and all of your attorneys on your staff and support personnel, I think, do a great job. Particularly communicating and staying on top of things and bringing to us things where we see ways we can save money or maybe keep us out of trouble from time to time, and that's the mark of a good law office. So that's all I have on the city attorney, city manager, vice mayor.
Okay. I'm a son of an attorney that my dad practiced for years and years, and then he became a judge in later life. But I always looked up to my dad because he was a tough guy, but he was always, I think he was very even-handed, especially in his later years when he was judge. He always would listen and sometimes surprise me on his judgments. But I have some people that think you're very tough, and I hear about it a lot at my little coffee things in the morning, and I think to myself, well, I'm in good hands because you aren't going to back down on anything. I want an attorney that's a tough attorney, not giving in to things. But with that said, I have a little fun with that with my friends. But let's see, did I grab the wrong one? I think I did. Maybe not. Yeah, here it is. So the things that I like about David is that he's done a good job last year on a myriad of things. Cases that come up against the city, he's always, I think, always thinks in the city's best interests on those and how he can get to be fair but settle with the least amount of settlement. Also, he's been involved with a lot of negotiations on contracts that I'm glad you had your hand in that, because I think I know that especially in negotiating people with big money in their pockets try to push their weight a little bit, and it's nice to have a little pushback on that, and I appreciate it. You understand our strategic objectives, and you project a strong but fair image for the city's legal department. And one of the things that really impresses me is you're trying to get all of the attorneys in our legal department certified as city government certified lawyers, which is very impressive. If you can pull that off, I think you're making a good headway at that. So I always feel like I have good hands, and you know, the one thing that, too, that you look at certain things that come in, and if you feel that this may be overburdening for your department, that you'll go to specific attorneys that are in that field and, you know, get help with that there, where it doesn't overstress our department. And really, it's a better way of doing it, because you could put it, you know, attorneys are like doctors, they have specialties. And, you know, if you're doing work comp things, I don't expect our office to be specific in that. You go out, you get the best, and that's how you handle it. And I think that's very good. So other than that, and knowing that you're available 24/7, and I've talked to you sometimes 24/7, you know, in the middle of the night or early in the morning, I appreciate that. So I ended up going through this particular form and gave you some high marks on it, so appreciate you representing us in the city of Clearwater.
Okay, Councilmember Shea.
Well, I've said it last year and I will say it again. I really appreciate our one-on-ones because you provide a safe space for me to really understand what's going on from the legal perspective, and I can navigate through my thoughts, and I always feel like I come out much clearer than when I go in. I also agree that you're like a bulldog. When you believe in something, you're going to fight for it. I don't ever feel that you're going to just be dismissive of anything. I think you do a great job. I really enjoy our meetings. You help me navigate through my thoughts, and I always feel like I'm prepared for the work sessions. Your availability as well. You know that I do most of my work on Sundays because of all the events, and so I appreciate the fact that you make yourself available when I have those questions on Sundays, and you don't even rush me. You're very good. So I appreciate your dedication and your commitment. And we've talked about this many times. I agree with you that Clearwater has its unique challenges, and I fully acknowledge that I kind of added a couple of more responsibilities to you this year, and so I'm going to recognize that.
Okay. Councilmember Cotton.
Yeah, David, same thing, you know, that I kind of said for the city manager. I've only been here 6 months, so I don't think that's enough time to give you a fair evaluation, but in the short time that I've had here, it's been good, you know. I mean, you've done great, and I too could read a story, and I'll save us time and just go through, you know, what I consider the competencies that I see, and what makes you such a good attorney, and how you've been, you know, taking care of your house, and as many of my colleagues here have already pointed out, encouraging them to be the best that they can be in their respective fields is fantastic. So, you know, with the legal expertise you have, the knowledge, your professionalism, articulation and communication of those things, the critical and strategic thinking that you give in responsiveness and concerns were those competencies that I utilized when making this evaluation. Again, that's available for anybody to see. Obviously, you have a copy. I gave a copy to Miss Rosemarie, but thank you very much. I think you're doing a great job, and I look forward to the next 4 years, to get to work with you and see how you continue to run your office. Thank you.
Councilmember Menino.
Overall, our city and I believe our citizens are extremely fortunate to have you in the role as our city attorney. I greatly respect your consistent professionalism, and I appreciate your impressive knowledge base regarding municipal governance and all legal matters pertaining. I always find peace in knowing that when there's challenging negotiations, topics, issues, that when I find out that you have your eyes and hands on the legal aspects to it, I know 100% you will ensure that the city is in the best interest and will not be pushed over, pushed aside, taken advantage of, and you will fight for the city of Clearwater in its best interest. I appreciate your balance, and when balance, I mean how you approach challenges with seriousness, and some called it a bulldog or whatever they want to call it, but you do approach serious situations and challenges with the seriousness that the situation deserves, while you still have the ability to recognize opportunities to inject humor. And I know I truly do enjoy our one-on-ones, not just because of I feel like I learn every time I leave. I have a clearer picture of what's going on, but you have the ability to think forward without losing focus on the attention to detail, and I think that's a great asset for our city. I commend you on the team you built in your legal house. As been mentioned, having 3 board-certified attorneys on your team speaks volumes. To set the goal of having all of them board-certified is a very lofty goal. I would probably say I don't know any other municipality legal departments that have that same goal, and that is a tribute to you setting the bar high and demanding and holding your teammates accountable. I also look forward for you to continue to find ways to streamline some of our legal processes and figuring out cost-saving measures, whether we're doing it in-house, whether we're doing it out-of-house, whether we need to add teammates to make that cost-value analysis. I enjoy your outside-of-the-box thinking because you don't settle for, because that's how things have always been done. And I often have a problem when we come to a situation and it's why, and the answer sometimes is because that's how it's always been done, and you don't settle for that, and I greatly appreciate that. I look forward to you continuing to find cost savings measures for our citizens in our city, in some of our larger contractual processes that are going forward and before us. And I've enjoyed our time in this relationship of council and city attorney, and I think you're doing a great job.
Yeah, with that, is there any one from the public that would like to comment on agenda item 10 point?
I'm Mr. Haluba. And I like tough too, Mr. Albritton, and I think Mr. Margolis is that. I don't agree with a lot of what Mr. Margolis says, but he usually has a pretty good argument, which is a good thing for an attorney. I just want to throw out there that this 6.25, the $200,000 payment for the judgment, that was a $17 million judgment against the city of Clearwater. So it's not nearly over. That's just the down payment. One thing that you mentioned, Mr. Menino, and that I will, acknowledge is I see a sense of humor in Mr. Margolis. And I, highly regard that. I believe that there are way too many instances of hiring outside counsel. I don't necessarily believe that we need a staff of, several attorneys to just turn around and go, oh, well, we're going to have to hire outside counsel. Like I say, I feel like I can have a conversation with Mr. Margolis.
I think we have a little bit of respect for each other. And some of you, I don't get that from at all. Ms. Poirier. So I think Mr. Margolis is doing a fair job. I think he and I can have a conversation. We're probably not gonna, like what we say to each other, but I think he respects me, and I have some respect for him, and that's really about all you can ask for.
Does anyone else hear from the public desire to speak to agenda item 10.2?
Good evening one last time, Rudy Michaelek. My involvement with Mr. Margolis has actually been through a couple of meetings that we've had. I am a member of the class of the academy at this time, and by happenstance, he was just a presenter in front of us. And I think for the membership that was there among the class is he provided a good overview of exactly what the city attorney is supposed to be doing in terms of representation and coverage area and so forth. And even to the extent that questions were asked about outside counsel. Why do you need to have outside counsel? Why do you do it this way? Was, I think, a very good explanation on his part of weighing the value of what I used earlier, the cost-benefit analysis of what do you use in order to get the job done. It's amazing that it was a $17 million judgment for $200,000. I would say, boy, he's doing a hell of a job. But the email that I saw was $3.5 million. So I don't know who's sending what around, but some very strange things. Anyhow, the only comment I can make is he always seems to provide you with very good information that I see at council meetings. He's been very professional in providing information to various groups that he spoke in front of. And therefore, I would presume you folks know best, and what I heard you say is he's doing a good job. So kudos to you. Thank you very much.
Anyone else here from the public desire to speak to agenda item 10.2? Seeing that, we'll return to finish 10.1 then for council discussion on the salary of the city manager. And I'll go first. I asked the staff to give us, for those three of us who are new here, the progression over the city manager's salary from Mr. Horn forward, just so I could better understand how we got to where her current salary is today. And as you can see, Mr. Horn had some military retirement. I mean, he had some other sources of income to where he was obviously underpaid at the time that he left. And that's because he was a very gracious man, and he was good with that salary. But as you can see, it's risen significantly over that time, and it looks like two of you were on here at the last council. It looks like that you attempted to try to bring her in line with what the other city manager salaries were that we have on the other sheet that's part of the agenda tonight. So it looks like that, what we've been doing a market study for the rest of the staff, it looks like you did that last year for both the city manager and the city attorney. The city manager had a 12% increase in her salary just this previous year. So, and then the other thing I noted on here is that if you look at the comps that we've gotten for the other, similar comps for city manager salaries, you'll see that the others here are anticipating an increase in the city manager salary from anywhere from 2.5% to 5%. That's the range of what they're considering. And I think the staff overall this past year for the entire city was somewhere in the range of between 5 and 6% overall is what they got. So it looks like to me that we brought the city manager in line reasonably, pretty close if you look at the percentage and what they put together for the average here for market rate compensation for a city manager. And in my opinion, we should consider something in the range of what the other municipalities are considering, and definitely nothing more than what the rest of the city government staff has done. So that's my comments. Vice Mayor?
Well, I know that last year we did do an adjustment on both. And it kind of bumped it up there into what, a little closer than what all our neighbors were paying their top people. I took a look at that, and it looks like the percent difference is, for city managers, about 5%. I'm fine with doing a 5% pay raise, put her up into the average of all the other ones. I didn't do the calculations on it, but it looks like what it would be to bring it up to an average pay of the other ones.
The only, we have two, one includes counties. I just want to point that out, county administrators. So that's where the 5% is coming from the top one, but.
That has the, yeah,
That includes them too.
counties too.
Right. So anything further before I turn it over to?
Well, I always seemed to be on the lower end of it last time we talked, but again, with Jennifer, I gave her a good grade, so to me, she's worth it. So I'll be, let me listen to what everybody else has to say on this, and we'll go from there.
Councilmember Shader?
So the thing that I find very challenging is when I look at these cities, none of them really reflect Clearwater. Clearwater has, in my mind, very unique challenges, whether it's geographically spread out, the challenges that we have. It's just, there's no correlation with the size with the amount of challenges. And she inherited, and that's the right word, she inherited some major problems through no fault of her own. And so when I look at these cities, there's some that are missing that I think would be a little bit more aligned with us. And so I take these numbers with a grain of salt. Like comparing, and I lived in Lakeland, comparing Clearwater to Lakeland is just, it's like oranges and apples. It's just not the same. And so the sheet that you just submitted, that I just quickly looked over with the increases, there's a lot of behind the scenes information regarding those. First of all, the economy. How was the economy back then? It's not the same one right now. You're talking about a seasoned city manager that was here for 20 years, and then one that failed miserably. And so I just like to take this with a grain of salt, but I don't believe in giving anything less than what we gave the rest of the staff. Because what we did last year was made us competitive so that we could remain competitive with everyone else. After that, we gave a raise to our staff, and I feel, especially after how she performed with this hurricane, both of them deserve at least what we gave their staff. So 5% to me is not acceptable. It would be higher in my mind.
Councilmember Cotton?
Yeah, I'm going to sit in the same ballpark. I looked at the comparisons, and I took counties out of it because the county is just different altogether, in my opinion. And then the cities that were presented here, I agree with Councilmember Techeda's. Sorry, I said your name incorrectly.
No, you said it beautifully.
Okay. Beautifully, I'll take it.
Maybe you should say it one more
Assessment,
time for those
Teixeira.
that don't know how to say it.
Assessment, okay. We've got a very interesting city with its own unique challenges. We have one of the top beaches in the nation. We have an airport. We have a marina. We have a lot of things that these cities do not take into account. And essentially, the city manager is the CEO of our city, and it's over 1,800 employees. So I think that it's always good to have comps. We have to have a rubric of where to start, but then it's just a ballpark, right? That's to give you a base in a sense. And then we have to take into account the intangibles that those cities don't have that we do. After hearing everybody's review, we seem to share the same agreements that she is on the right track for following the strategic plan, meeting deadlines, conveying with transparency to all of us things that we think we know. I'll be honest with you, I'm sitting around a 7.5%, probably for both. I know I haven't been able to make announcements yet, but I just think that that would be fair on the scale of the city that we have and the challenges that it poses. So I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. I sit in the same boat as the two of you. I've right away had an issue with comparables. I mean, to compare Lakeland, Tallahassee, and Gainesville to Clearwater, coastal community. I mean, we're a city, as it's kind of been mentioned. We now have 2 CRAs. We absorbed the DDB. We have spring training, MLB baseball, world-renowned beach, an airport, downtown partnership challenges that haven't been solved for 40 to 50 years. To compare us to some of these cities, they all have individual ingredients that make them their own challenge. But in Clearwater, you can take all of their issues and throw them into our basket, and I feel that, that's where we are. I appreciate these numbers. Kind of what this tells me is that they were all grossly underpaid, because if we just gave somebody 12 or 14% raise based on the very comps that were passed out to us, it still shows us we're below average. And I take pride in knowing we are not a below average city. We do not have a below average staff. We don't have below average goals for us being brighter and beautiful. And I'm with you. I too think you're doing a great job. We've all learned lessons, a lot of them, within the time we've been here. And two of the things that I've taken away with is that as a city, we've had to change our posture and shift it into truly investing in 2 things to make us successful. And the first thing that we've learned is the importance of proactively investing in our infrastructure. Number one, I don't think any of us would argue with that. But the second thing that we've somewhat neglected over the years is taking to heart the importance of investing in our people. And I think when we invest in our people, it's not only about retaining and attracting, it's about the message that's sent through our entire organization of belief and knowing that we're in this together and that we have the right people in the right places and we're going in the right direction. So for my standpoint, I know, we're percentages off, and these aren't massive dollar amounts that we're off by. It has to be more than what we're discussing of even a cost of living increase. I mean, for gosh sakes, Clearwater is 12.2% higher cost of living than Lakeland, 11.3% higher than Tallahassee, 10.3% higher than Gainesville, and some of these things aren't figured into it. So I'm with you, Mr. Cotton. I would say I am in that 8% range, 7.5% range. I think that's fair. I think it speaks volume to our belief in our staff and in our leadership, in the direction that we want to continue to go.
Well, I do think it sends a message. It sends a message to our 1,800 employees. They don't get us to sit here and say, well, you did a great job, you get X percent, you get whatever. They get the same percent. And the city manager supervises all those employees that get the same percent. as everybody else, regardless of what, and we have seen them crushing themselves out there. They don't get a chance to come before us and say, wow, man, fantastic, saw you out there doing it. They get that, this folks, this is local government. What we get, well, we get a COLA or something, I think, as far as our city council. I mean, I think you put in an increase or something anyway. But that's my concern, is I understand the 12% because we had to bring the city manager's position in line with what the market pays to make it attractive and to retain a good city manager. So the 12% to me was doing that. Just like we did the rate study, the work study on our entire staff and trying to bring positions into that. But folks, I think it sends a very poor message to our employees when they have crushed it in their own way and they get the same percentage increase as everybody else. And that was, I think, 5.5%, 6%. I don't know exactly, but I think it was, Stephanie told me today, it was somewhere just shy of 5, and then there was 1% that you could get extra, but it was 5. The 5% is also in line with the highest that we're seeing these other folks anticipate. And I think it helps the city manager too, to show that she's a team member with the employees, that she's got the same increase. She's essentially evaluated the same way they are. Because I think it sends I don't think it sends a good message. We've all talked about the incredible work a lot of our team members have done. And as a leader at the team, we want her to be paid market, but if you look at it, she's pretty close within the range of what the average they put here. And I would be 4 or 5%, but I personally don't think it's fair to the rest of our workforce to treat the city manager, their supervisor, differently than they get treated personally.
And I greatly, respect where you're coming from, and I understand where you're coming from. The message, your concern is the message being sent that, for kind of reverberating through 1,800 staff members. I do think it's important to identify the 6% was a goal that council set out to put our staff in a 75 percentile of being paid in governmental municipal services of our comparables. And that's why the 6% was picked, not just to pick a 6% and say that's fair, it's not too high, it's not too low. It was a number that mathematically would put the pay scale into that top 75%. I think when we're looking at, we're currently, regardless of what some of these other big numbers were previously, we're still paying both these individuals below average, or whatever comparables, whether we say we have problems with the comparables or not. This is what's historically been used by the city and continues to be that benchmark. And I just think that we are an above average city. I think that, that 6% or whether it's an 8%, I think that puts us in range that's above average pay. And I don't necessarily think that that's going to cause, strife through our 1,800 employees, because we're, as council, saying we believe in their leadership, we believe in the direction we're going as a city. And I mean, what would the numbers be if we were trying to get in the 75 percentile, of comparable city? And that's a total different discussion. But I'm in that discussion of if you gave the city employees 6% and you wanted to stay someone in there, so it sounds like we're in a 6% to an 8% range, and we're about 2% off as a group. So I'm on the higher end.
They didn't get 12% the year before. If I can get it. So
that still
when you're
puts
talking
her
about
below
6 to bring them
average.
into market rate, they did not get 12. And I can tell you that was noticed by our employees. And the reason why I'm glad we did the rate study, I'm glad we put them in there. Folks, I'm just telling you, I think it's, we need to be united as one team, one city going forward. We need all those employees that just kill it to keep killing it, because we got a long way to go to get this city to come back.
Can I?
And so that's all I would say, is that the city manager's compensation, the rest of the employees kind of lagged behind because it looks like you all adjusted it for her before we did the rate study, and we adjusted it for everybody else. So the 12% would be more in line with what they got this time around. Instead of the 6%, she got 12. So that would be my take on it. And the 5% would bring her to average among, and these are not, I mean, these are population-wise are fairly comparable cities. And some of them are counties. I mean, they're way above. So if you take her to them below, she's already above. Looks like the average for the ones, if you take the counties out below.
Yeah, it's 3,000.
And then if you give her 5% more, then she's.
I know, but then we're comparing our city to Lakeland, Tallahassee, and Gainesville,
Well, she'd
and the
be
responsibilities.
she'll be above those.
I would hope so.
Yeah.
Well, she would be.
I hope so.
Sure is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can I add?
Yeah.
So the funny thing about percentages is that you can use them and manipulate them to mean something different. Like, ooh, we got a 66% raise. Well, this is still 45,000, right? Sounds really alarming, 66%, but 66% of nothing is nothing. That's one thing. I just wanted to make that point. The second is, when we look at these comparators and we're talking about 12% and this and this and that, that position was grossly underpaid before. We have to remain competitive, because if we keep changing leadership because we're not competitive, there's also very tangible negative impacts to that. If we have good leadership, and it's been proven, are we going to risk losing that and then have the cycle again and have 3-4 managers in 3-4 years? So, I understand that. Let's be united, and I believe in that, and I've really been enjoying that. But this is something where I feel like it's just not as simple as she got 12 or he, because both of them got a huge raise. What happened last year was because they were grossly underpaid, and we fixed that. Now we're starting from scratch. And let's not, I guess, oversimplify the amount of stress and pressure that leadership get exponentially with how high they go. So I understand about being fair, and I understand that how it might be perceived, oh, we're going to give all the staff 6 and the leadership 7 or 8. But leadership also has a lot more, stress and responsibility and collateral damage, even to the families, and we have to account for that. I mean, she got threatened that involves her family, with her home, and this is the level of commitment that I think needs to be recognized, and that means we need to be competitive so we can keep the good leadership with us. So even though I understand how some staff members might say, well, how come the leadership gets 2 points more? I think they deserve it.
But it's not leadership, it's one. So
Well, it's
not-
one person and one person, right? Okay.
That lead their entire department. It's not, it's only one. That's my only point.
I
It's not
understand.
one, it's not the leaders, it's all these department leaders. I mean, we've seen, yeah, they've been under tremendous stress, and they've got a police chief that gets, that there's people that hate him personally and come here, and, I mean, we got a lot of people that get written out. I just think it sends a poor message to take one employee, or 2 employees, but 1 employee in this case, and treat them differently than everybody else gets treated. Do we need to adjust? And you all did that, but I think it sends a very poor message to how we are all one team. When I mean, I wouldn't give myself anymore if everybody I supervised, I wouldn't ask for it. If everybody I supervised was set. It's the nature of local government. Everybody knows there are pluses and minuses, but you're consistently, everybody gets the same thing. Maybe someday we'll get to some type of merit type system where we have, but we're not there yet. Right now, everybody gets the same raise. So, Councilmember Cotton?
Yeah, thank you. So something that I want you to know is that I do put my feet in other people's shoes. So I think of the employees and them getting their 6% raise and my sentiment of where my percentage is for these two and how that could affect them. I'm not trying to make it an us versus them mentality because that creates toxic environment and strife. However, they're different jobs. You know, we can't take the director's positions in this room and compare it to the actual CEO who's running the company and the buck stops with her, or our city attorney who assigns the cases, but at the end of the day, if he's failed, we're looking at him, right? He's gonna manage his office, she's gonna manage her directors, hold them accountable, but at the end of the day, they're who we hold accountable. And then, you know, something that I didn't want to butcher it, so I looked it up, but I think of constantly is Richard Branson. Train people well enough so they can leave and treat them well enough so they'll stay. I think that, you know, we've got some really good staff here across the board. So we do need to treat them well enough to where they don't want to leave. And I think we do need to be a standard because, again, we're not Lakeland. We've got more responsibilities, more overall things to manage here. So I'm just going to put it out to everybody. I'm sticking at 7.5 for both of them. I think that that is fair for two managing offices that oversee the entire city. And I don't think that that's enough room to make animosities between the other employees. I think that 6% is also fair. And you know, my industry, that's what we deal with is collective bargaining. You know, I deal with the percentages and what people will get and what people won't get, right? So, I mean, I get that. And I don't think that that's going to create the animosity or the ripples that we'll see where there will be distension. So I'm at 7.5 for those of you who are wondering where I'm at. That's for both.
And I just want to point, she's already making $25,000 a year more than Lakeland. So
I agree with that.
So we're already paying more than Lakeland.
Lakeland has Legoland, Mr. Mayor. Like, they don't have Clearwater Beach and the airport and the marina that we have.
Well, which is fine, but I'm saying, you all are saying we're not paying, we're paying for more.
You could still buy a house
I
for
understand.
$250,000 there.
And Councilmember Menino, I think, pointed out too, the cost of living in those areas as well. You know, there's a much different, I don't think we're apples and oranges. And I'm not trying to argue here. I'm just saying this is my point and where I'm at. I think that they're worth it and I want to keep them and I don't want to see them try and put their feelers out to go somewhere else. I think we might see that if we go with just a 6 or a 6.5, and I don't want that to happen.
Councilmember Marino?
I mean, we could probably end this discussion now because I think the votes are probably there. I'm fine with 7.5%. I didn't come in and say 8. I was, you know, but it sounds like if we wanted to have this done, would be done. I do respect the fact in what you said, Mr. Mayor. I wish I want to be united in this and a united front, and I agree. But to stop and move on in this process in this evening, it sounds like the votes are there and this could be done, and 7.5 is a number I'm fine with as well.
Is that a motion?
If they're good with that, did you make the motion?
I'll make a motion to increase salaries for the city manager and city attorney by 7.5%.
Second.
Okay, before we vote, the way I vote on this has nothing to do with what I've already said, performance. The way I vote is going to reflect how I feel the position should be treated with respect to the other folks. So with that, all those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? I'm a nay, and Vice Mayor Albritton's a nay. Okay. So with that, we'll move to item 10.2. And that's the second part of the evaluation of city attorney, so that's the salary. So again, for me, a little different for city attorney. He does have a merit type based program yet. It's still filling it out. Maybe we can expand it throughout the city. But for me, there was a large increase over the prior year. It looks like to me it did bring him in line with the other ones too. And I would just say the same thing with him that I said to the city manager, that I really feel like the most I would give would be what the rest of the staff got, and that's 6%.
Mayor, I believe the motion that just passed was for 7.5% for both.
I did say for both.
So the evaluations have been done
Was
in
it
the
for
south,
both?
yeah, was for both.
Okay. Okay.
Unless
It's not
somebody
gonna
makes a
change my-
motion
not gonna change
to
my
take
vote.
it off, or, but that was the motion, was for both the city attorney and the city manager.
That's what I heard, yeah.
But we were discussing them separately, so that's how I got confused.
Yep.
I hadn't come back to the other agenda item, but I guess that's fine.
Apologies.
Unless the attorney says otherwise, yeah.
My vote's the same.
Okay.
Okay. All right. With that, we will move to item 11. Closing comments by council members. Councilman Vice Mayor, do you have anything?
I don't have anything different than what I said before. I'm real proud of how everybody's taken this and are moving forward on the beach. And again, the staff has done a great job, and I'd like to see, I really do feel that Clearwater will build back better than it was. So that's all I had to say.
Okay. Councilmember Menino?
No, I think we're good. We touched on enough tonight. Just again, thoughts and prayers with all those citizens, all the business owners, all of our staff that are suffering and have suffered loss. I know I'm not just speaking for myself, but this entire dais sends prayers of peace, comfort, and healing to every single member of our community that's been touched.
Okay. Councilmember Teixeira.
I know I've received a lot of people who are wanting to help out and asking for a lot of information. I really would like to encourage everyone to just go to myclearwater.com. There is a lot of information there with contact information as well. So if you want to help, there is a lot of information on our website. Please click on myclearwater.com.
Councilmember Cotton.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate you allowing us to share our sentiments when a lot of the staff was here, knowing it was going to be a long meeting, and our thanks to them and the appreciation, because they have. Everybody's done such a great job, including yourself, I mean, I thank you for being out there. I know that I couldn't be, I would have loved to be, in those, Councilmember Teixeira, when you were out there too. It means a lot. It's strong leadership when you're in the community, you're in the thick of it doing it. So I appreciate both of you taking your time and making sure that you're there for our citizens, residents, and businesses. I think that we can see their appreciation for that as well. I do want to point out, please go to the website that Councilmember Teixeira just pointed out, because there are important messaging that's still going out with this storm. I know that tomorrow off of Belcher, there will be an insurance village that's opening. It's going to have multiple insurance agencies from across the state that'll be present, from home to auto. And I think that you'll have a lot of help with that. So please go to myclearwater.com or social media, and those messages have been put out there. So again, praying for our community, but I definitely believe that we will mend and be stronger going forward. I mean, you see it in the community, the businesses that are providing the free meals, the neighbors that are helping neighbors and coming out and being that community, and we're going to be stronger for it in the end. So thank you for the time.
Everybody's going? Well, I don't have much to add. Other than just what we've all been saying is that tonight's now is the time for us to come together as a community. And throughout the entire past week, just the amount of people willing to offer to help, and just, I know it was frustrating to our team to try to slow them down. They wanted to come out, they wanted to get out the beach. A lot of caring, generous people in our community that just couldn't wait to help. They needed obviously some space on the beach for people to get in there and grieve and clear out their own belongings, and appreciate the community giving them that space. And over time, we're gonna need all those folks who wanted to come out the day after the hurricane to help, because we're really gonna have to pull together as a community. we got a lot of people who need financial help, and the insurance village is going to be very important too. And are connecting with that going forward. And there's some charities set up, donations. I know Amplify Clearwater setting up one that will not just help small businesses, but will help resident property owners as well. And then, you know, we're gonna get there, and we're gonna build back Clearwater Beach better than ever, but it's gonna take a community effort to do it. And that means helping those businesses recover, but also, you know, I know Keep Pinellas Beautiful is working on coming out as volunteers to help clean it up, because there's a whole lot to clean up. There's debris everywhere. So, and I just want to continue, as we said earlier, continue to encourage our city staff and for the community to show their appreciation for our staff. And I know they are every day. So we've had a rough week, is an understatement. But Clearwater, if we all work together, we pull together, it's brightest days are ahead. So with that, I will adjourn the October 3, 2024 meeting of the Clearwater City Council.